Karmits are not real. Don't believe anyone in chat that suggests that Karmits are real. It's not true. We've been through this. This is an established fact on the channel now. Come now. Let's not get into this sort of conversation again. Hello, good evening, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? You all good? Sorry about that. Goodness me, I'd set the stream up. Everything was looking rather wonderful and logical and put together. And then I realized that some numpty changed the output resolution on OBS, which is the software I use to stream, so that it was thinking that it was recording in one thing and outputting another, and YouTube was throwing up all kinds of errors to me saying, you can't stream like this, you told us we were expecting this resolution. So, there we are. I think I've solved it. You can actually help me test, chat. You can help me test. Bad echo. I think I might just be Uzak, unless other people are saying there's a bad echo. No, I'm having shaking heads of confirmation on my right. It should be fine. You had 2 copies open. Yeah, okay. Don't do that to me, Zach. Don't do that to me. You can tell me, actually, what resolution are you seeing the stream in? What are the options? Because I think I throttled it just so that it's good 1080p, quality standard definition. It shouldn't be showing 1440. That was the whole thing. No, I'm getting a shaking head to my right. So I don't think it is. That's good. Right. So it's fine. Good, 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 good. Okay. We're fine. That might have been the problem. I've been recording in 2K. So all of my stuff was set up for that, but the streaming is not quite up to date. So I had to do that one as a separate thing. 7020, you can do more than that, Thomas. You can go higher than 720. You have the capability. Unless you don't have the internet, in which case I apologize. I don't want to make it seem like you can. What an exciting start of stream. How's everyone doing? How are you all doing? Hello, everyone. It's been a while. It's been some time. You thought that I'd abandoned you now until Civ 7. Not quite, but I have been hermiting. I've been certainly buried in a hobbit hole, surrounded by large pieces of furniture and many, many meals as I become invested in a new craft. It's been crazy. Yes, you did see 1440 briefly. That was a mistake and that was the cause of the issue. But we've turned it off now. It's all fine. Hello, everyone. I've been in the hobbit hole since playing Civ 7. It's true. It's true. I might have racked up... I think my hours might have just about gone into triple digits now. It's around that level. It's been pretty intense. But it's been a lot of fun. There's been a lot of fun. So, is it going to be complicated? What do you think? What's your guess? Do you think Civ 7 is going to be complicated? Would you call Civ 6 complicated? I guess that is the question to answer first, isn't it? Do you think Civ 6 is complicated? Because if you think Civ 6 is complicated, you'll probably think Civ 7 is complicated. And if you don't think it's complicated, you probably won't think it's complicated. It's not dissimilar, to be absolutely honest with you. It's not dissimilar. Bose has more hours. Bose is definitely got a higher rank than I have. I did notice that. Unless he's just been like end-turning really quick games. Unlike this guy who likes to take his time, maybe. Oh. We'll do some questions about Civ 7 in a sec. What I was going to quickly do whilst everyone's waiting is I will just introduce the broad theme of the stream, the state of the stream, and what we're going to be doing today, because I think that's quite exciting. What are we going to be doing today? Let me just see if I can find my... Oh, lift that up so I'm not bonking the microphone in front of me. This is not in a fun place. Right, let's try this again. Note. Like any hardcore professional YouTuber, I keep all of my information written on Notepad. Let's have a look. Nope, that's not where I left it. The wheel and domination victory with no unit deaths. Ah, what fun we've had over the last month. Don't need that. Don't need that. Right. So what we're going to be doing today, we'll dive into that first, because that is important. We are going to be playing some Civ 6 in the background, because we have had a challenge. We've had a wonderful challenge. We've had the 20,000 member Discord challenge. It is currently still underway. God, everything's falling apart this evening. What's going on? We've got a 20,000 member Discord challenge happening right now, which is a population challenge to celebrate so many people being in the Ursa Discord. There are 3 competitions that you can enter and submit onto Discord. You have until the end of January, 27th of January, so you've still got 5 days. You've still got 5 days. And you are competing against me directly, because I am submitting something in every single one of the competitions. What are these competitions, you ask? Well, there are 3 brackets. The 1 city challenge, the 4 city challenge, named in honour of Civ 5's tradition, seeing as we've left that behind now, and the Civ 6 Classic, which is having as many cities as you want. The aim in 200 turns is to have the highest population possible. Your population after 200 turns equals your score. So far I have done the 1 city challenge. I have not done what we will be doing today, the Civ 5 Classic, which is a maximum of 4 cities at any one point, because of course, as we all know, in Civ 5 there was only ever one play to play the game, and that was tradition. There was no point playing anything else, he says controversially. There was a required map. Yes, there was. It was the standard true start location Earth that comes with Civ 6. It is not a modded map. It is not the huge one. But I'm going to need a little bit of help. My score in 1 city challenge, I don't remember. But it was almost 50, I think. It was almost 50. I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to do a little poll. And you can help me pick what we're going to be doing. So 4 city pop challenge. You are going to help me to pick who I'm going to be playing. And I'm going to give you some options. Who do you think would be good for population challenges? I think we've already played Congo, so I'm ruling Congo out. We played Congo as the 1 city challenge, and I'm going to rule out Yongle. Specifically because we played Yongle a huge amount recently, and I think he's an obvious candidate, so we want to fight away from that. And you can use Yongle if you want. You can use Congo, you can use Portugal, you can use all these people, but I'm just not going to. So, Khmer is obviously an option. So they'll be number 1. Absolutely number 1. Totally agree. Coupe would be a good shout. Inca? The internal trade routes is not a bad shout, actually. Inca can do some pretty massive pop. We've had a few Coupes, we've had a few Egypts, we've had a few Indias. Now, remember, this is worth bearing in mind. This is the true start location Earth map. So you're not just picking the Civ, you are also picking the starting location. Not all starts are equal. If I picked Arabia, for instance, I would be subjected to the worst start in the game, with desert and basically no resources. So I think India is... Oh, thank you very much. Vanikaman, yeah, I'm on the wrong screen and I haven't turned on the... Hang on, if I turn this on quickly.
And made me use their own launcher from an affiliate link purchase.
Hang on, we can move you. Oh, there we go. We're back. Thank you very much for the donation, Vanikaman. That's really sweet. I'll read it out because I don't know if it actually read on stream. Sorry I joined late. Did you mention if your affiliate link for Civ 7 works with Steam? I had a problem with another non-Civ game before where it bypassed. I don't know. That is a very good question. I have not heard of any problems with it, but honestly, I haven't invested that much thought into it. That is a very, very good question, and I'm not entirely sure of the answer, so don't take anything from that. That is a good question. I will have a think about that. Ask me on Discord in the supporter chat, and I will get back to you on that one because I don't actually know. Good question, though. So who else have we got? Canada, Australia, Japan, Russia, Japan, Arabia is obvious answer. No, we're doing the best we can. We're going to be doing the best we can. You know what? I'm gonna put down Australia because I think there's a lot of food there. And I think I quite liked the idea of Coupe, because Coupe is a bit rogue. So I'm going to leave a poll here, and you all can pick what we're going to be doing today. Right. But the rules of this, it's standard speed, true start location Earth, turn 200, any difficulty you like, any Civ you like, any game modes turned on you like, any game... No gameplay mods. You can't play... You can have as many user interface mods as you want. In fact, speaking of, I'm just going to check and see if mine... Yep, mine are turned on still. That's good. I was like, oh god, I wanted to set that up. But we don't have to. And yes, it is the true start location Earth map. So I'll just set the basics of that up in the background whilst you can all think about what we're going to be doing, and then we can talk a little bit more about the other half of the stream, the exciting
New donation
half
from Alex Frost
of the
15.
stream.
The bear comes out of his civilian
Not that this
7-based
isn't
hibernation,
exciting,
and on my birthday no
I'm
less.
looking forward to this. I liked the
Huzzah.
first one. The One City Challenge
I'm
is pretty
so
cool.
excited for Civilian 7.
Alex Frost, I apologise if I read over your message. I'm not quite getting getting it in my ear at the moment. I'm sorry about that. The bear comes out of his Civ 7 based hibernation, and on my birthday, no less. Huzzah, I'm so excited for Civ 7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That is very, very sweet. Sorry for reading over your message. I had a totally other screen open. Let's just go for true start location. Set this all up. Okay, this is good in the background. All right. So thank you, Nickerman. Thank you, Alex Frost. Very, very kind of you. The other half of the stream. So, I'm very, very grateful, very pleased to say that yet again, very kindly of them, Take-Two Interactive and Firaxis have sponsored me to chat to you today about Civ 7. Seeing as I have a little bit of experience in it, and I've been very lucky enough to have been playing and making content on it, we're going to do a bit of a Q&A today where you can ask me whatever you want when it comes to Civ 7. There are some things I may not be able to say, but if I can talk about it, I will. And we can go through the detail of whatever we want to, seeing as there seems to be almost daily announcements on stuff coming out and things that are happening. So thank you very much, Alex Frost, again. No, I appreciate it. No, thank you for donating. Don't thank me for streaming. This is my job. I love to do it. You're the one with the praise. How's the vote doing? 139 votes, 140 votes. There's 300 people watching this. Remember to vote. Remember to like the stream. If you like the stream, YouTube shoves more people my way. Oh my word, Inca and Coupe is so close. Oh, that's so close. Over half of you haven't voted. Yet, that's going to be interesting. So, we can talk about loads of fun stuff. So we'll get onto the Q&A section in a little bit. Let's just quickly set the game up so I can be playing this in the background. So you have 5 minutes to vote, and then I'm going to call it. So that's fine. I'm going to go through some of the stuff that we can chat about. What are the forbidden subjects? There are certain things that they don't want covered just yet. So specifically a lot of talk about multiplayer and about the modern age and some of the things that are in that. But I can talk about my own experiences to an extent. I just can't show you anything. I can't show anything on Civ 7 on the stream today, so I apologize for that in advance. We're going to be talking about it. That you have to use your mind's eye, use your imagination on a lot of stuff. But there's a lot of footage out there already, including footage from this wonderful person. So, you know, there's lots of stuff. Civ 7 question. Civ 5 was overwhelmingly in favor of going tall. Civ 6 was overwhelmingly in favor of going wide. In your experience, what is Civ 7 like regarding wide versus tall? Good question. It's sort of nuanced. Civ 7 is a little bit of go as wide as you can within the parameters. So you have a settlement cap in Civ 7 that expands as the game goes on. So it starts at about 3, depending on your Civ pick and your leader pick. And by the end of the game, it could be anything as high as 25, 30, depending on what you do. So you want as many settlements as the game allows, because there is no benefit to not meeting your settlement cap. However, if you go over your cap, there are huge happiness penalties that then hit your yields really badly if you step over them too much. So you want to go wide, but the big difference is that in this game, it gradually expands. So especially at the beginning of the game, you can't have that many settlements. So you've got to be very precious about where you settle, and the value of each settlement is much higher. So it's sort of a mix. There's also this other question that goes along about how many cities do I have? Because all of your settlements start as towns, and towns feed into your cities. So if you only have 1 or 2 cities, you have these really big, very tall settlements that have all of the yields throwing into them. So you can get some really, really big yields. But if you have like multiple cities, so if you go up to maybe half of your settlements are cities, they'll be a lot smaller, but you can get a lot more buildings and specialists, and you can focus a little bit more on more of the city mechanics. So that seems to be the threshold of like the wide versus tall. Oh, hi, Borderline. How you doing? We got Carl here. Oh, now the pressure's on. You see, I'm going to be talking about everything I can, and the Quizmaster is here. The absolute professor of Civ 7, here to absolutely fact-check me. You can see the sweat upon my head is starting to glisten as I realize just how much pressure I'm going to be on now. Exceeding your settlement limit is viable if you get a build for it. Yes, it is viable. It absolutely is viable. There are happiness builds. There are ways you can circumvent it. It just gets increasingly hard. Like, the more you stretch that band, the more likely it is to ping back and get you. Oh, and Bose is here as well. Oh man, the pressure's on now. The settlement limit is just an idea for me. The numbers don't mean anything. I can't read. Bose is all about big numbers. If the number's big, it's a viable number. You got 2 minutes left on the vote. Let me know on the vote. Get in there. And then Van Bradley's here as well. Come on now. You're all going to be fact-checking me. I know for a fact that Van Bradley knows his stuff as well. This is the problem. My Hades always shiny. How very dare you, Perkins D. How very dare you. Made my wife laugh. Don't do that. Do pantheons impact much beyond antiquity? That's a really good question, Sean. The answer to my knowledge is no. Pantheons are an antiquity mechanic. So you pick a pantheon at the beginning of antiquity, you rock whatever bonus you're rocking for that age. Normally the bonus implies that you have to build an altar to get that ability or that bonus or that mechanism or whatever it is in the settlement in question. And then once antiquity rolls over, Pantheons lose their charm. You don't get your Pantheon bonus anymore. The altar becomes a obsolete building, so you end up overbuilding the altar in the next age. And then exploration kicks in, and there's a whole new mechanic where you have a fully fledged religion. So the religion effectively overbuilds your Pantheon. So the Pantheon disappears and the religion takes over. So the Pantheon is just a antiquity mechanic. But it's very important in antiquity. And if you get the right Pantheon, it can be really good. And that's why I think India in antiquity is exciting and interesting, because they get to pick 2 Pantheons, not 1. And that's really fun. That's a lot of fun, because you can get some really, really, really overpowered strategies of that. Right. 30 seconds left on voting. Get your votes in quickly. How many people have voted? 266. Come on, we can squeeze that up to 330 seconds. It is looking like you want me to play Inca on the pop challenge. Oh no. I think the Incan start's awful. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Go on, 15 votes. 15 seconds, I should say. Get him in, get him in, get him in. And then we'll begin the game, and I'll start taking a lot of Civ questions as we go. With Inca, move closer to Galapagos. You're going to have to feed this start to me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Da da da. All right. All right, you cheeky lot. Let's just get cracking. Why does the rocket bounce every time I change the screen? It's a little attention seeker. That's what it is. It's a little attention seeker. Oh man, this feels strange. This feels strange coming into here. Right, let's chat. If you could be cross-referencing quickly the Discord challenge rules. I just need to make sure that I'm getting these correct. Now, as far as I'm aware, we can pick our game mode, and we can pick the civs, and we can pick the difficulty, but we have to pick standard speed, true start location, Earth. I'm just very excited to give him a little prank. Absolutely. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? I think it's just the default one that comes with coffee. I wish I could lay claim to having animated it myself, but I have not. Oh, you... Apparently Sleepy edited it. I apologize. It is not the default one. I am in trouble. I'm in danger. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, no. My wife is a brilliant animator and did it, so everyone loves it. All right? None of this. I think I want to make sure we have enough space to have 4 cities. Oh, hi, Legally Trash. Oh, thanks for the donation. That's very, very sweet of you. Excited for Civ 7. It's sad I won't see your fabulous art in a couple of weeks. I know. Less than 20 days. Less than 20 days. I cannot tell you how little art I have left in my brain. My brain is empty. Whenever I get up too quickly from bed in the morning, I can physically hear the contents of my head rattling on the sides of my skull. That's how much art has come out of my brain. It's not good. So I think I need, talking about the game, I need a start where I can get enough space to do my thing. You know? Legally Trash, sorry. Thank you very much for the donation. Really, really kind of you. So I think I don't want anyone from South America, because then I can have a rainforest settle, I can have a Mapuche settle, and maybe somewhere in between. But I do want to be able to trade with people. So I think we're going to go Canada, because I think Canada's a fun person to trade with, because they just have a lot of peace. They're very chill. Who else would be good? I think Mali wouldn't be a bad idea. Mali's really good because Mali gets rich. Mali gets rich, and I don't know why I put it that one. And then we can steal some gold, which is good. I knew that would stir Sleepy from her slumber. Praise that could have been missed. I do apologize. Who else should we put on? I'm not going to put Mapuche on, Perkins D. No. Coupe? Absolutely not. We had the game on a pretty easy mode last time, and it actually was a problem because the AI didn't have a lot of gold and it didn't have a lot of places to trade. So I think we're going to have Australia. I think Australia is actually not a bad shout because we'll be able to trade with them. I think we're also going to go for like Japan. Let's go for Japan because there'll be someone we can trade with. And then we'll go for some people around the world. There's no... You know what? I'm going to put Eleanor of Aquitaine in because she's great. And the game doesn't have enough Eleanor in it. And if only Eleanor was in Civ 7, my heart would be so much better. The worst thing about leaving that behind. Let's put in Rome and let's put in some other person. I don't really care. Who are we going to put in? Persia. Persia, why not? That'll do. That'll do. Different enough? That's different enough. The game doesn't have enough Elon in it. Are you okay? Look, you know that I'm true. You know that I'm true. All right, let's get this going. We'll take some more questions about Civ 7. Seeing as that's kind of the main reason we're here. Let's have a look. Are we talking about continents? Yeah, continents are... They can be interestingly shaped. We've seen a lot of very square continents. I think that is one of the distinct map types that pops up. But Dan Bradley's probably explained it quite well. I think the main one that you play with is called Continents Plus. I think it's called Continents Plus rather than Continents and Islands. I think it's Continents Plus, which basically is like your world, distant lands, so homelands, distant lands, and then some scattered islands between them. Continents Plus, yeah. I thought that's what it was called. But then I think other map types don't look quite as funny, but it's because the game has sort of been segmented into sections. It can look a little bit rectangular. Not every map looks quite as bad as the one we saw on Reddit. I know the one that was famous on Reddit. I think it was one of Quill's games, and I have not seen a game quite that, like nothing quite like that. that was quite something. Yeah, that was funny. That was one of the best ones where I saw it. I was like, oh no. Yeah, no, but once you actually get into the game, the continents are dynamic enough with the navigable rivers, with the lakes, with the way that the coasts and the islands spawn in, that it doesn't feel like that once you're in the game. I think that was just a particularly funny mini-map. It was a good one. All right, let's just plonk down my settlement. It's TSL. You know how I feel about TSL. I could go and settle on this, but I think it's got no fresh water, right? I had no fresh water, pretty sure. And then we're going to name this... we'll name it after the wonderful donations. Come on. I think that's how we spell that. Let me just check. Yes. Perfect. All right. Has one of the Age's victory types seemed far better in general or weaker, or are they balanced? Interesting. Good question. Is this live? Thank you very much for the donation. Look, you don't know who I am. I don't know who I am. Nobody knows who we are. Oh, we're playing on Prince, by the way, because I forgot to change it. Whoops. Never mind. And we'll go for Thief of the Wild because I can. One of the Age's victory types seems better in general or far weaker. Certainly some are easier to get and some are quicker to get. For example, I have noticed that some of the victory paths or the legacy paths that involve unlocking things on the tech or civic tree, that can be via codexes or relics or, you know, whatever, they can often take a little bit longer to do. They're not harder, but they take longer because you have to like progress down a tree in order to even find it. Whereas some of the conditions you don't have to. Like, There are some that involve just putting specialists down. They're really easy to do quickly. If you've got the right setup, if you've got the right leaders, you've got the right civ, it can be quite quick. This is the thing. It depends on how much you've specialized your output and your nation. Because if you pick a civ and leader combo, like one of the games that I've played was playing Confucius, who is all about specialists. You get lots of specialist yields. So when it comes to like, oh, you've got to have a certain amount of tiles in your empire that have over a certain yield, it's easier to get with him. He's just suited to it. So that can often be very quick. But others just take a while. Yeah, but to be honest, they feel quite balanced. Like I find them all progressing at a fairly even kilter if you play in the middle of the road. If you focus on one, you can make it go a lot quicker than the others. Like, that's the main thing to specify. Like, you can rush the game quite well if you want to. But if you play middle of the road, they're all kind of quite even. It's a very long-winded answer. I hope you got what you wanted from that. I have no major worries. It should be pointed out, by the way. I know this stream is sponsored, and it's very kind of Take-Two and Firaxis to do that. But I am allowed to what's the phrase? Speak my truth. Do my thing. So I can say what I want. It hasn't seemed in any way lopsided or out of kilter. Certainly there are some games where a legacy path just finishes really quickly and you're like, blimey. But then you look at it and you're like, okay, that was quite good. Also, streamer luck. Thank you very much. Ta-da! To be honest, have you lost a game yet in any of your plays? How is the deity AI throughout the game? Well, deity, to answer your second question first, deity is a brutal experience at first. There are a few combinations as to why deity is so potent on Civ 7. The main one is the fact that the ages are a lot smaller. There is less for the AI to do. So you can have separate and focused AI pathways for each of the ages. So effectively what that means is that the gameplay is better. The AI is very good at pursuing the victory paths. It's very good at settling. I've seen the game settle out really, really well. I've seen it spam units out. I've seen effective wars. I've seen victory conditions met. So the AI is playing well. The bonuses in deity as well are tough. Very tough. There's a few things that are a little bit different, actually, compared to how things are in Civ. So, for instance, in Civ 6, you can see that I've got a fixed cost for tech. So, for instance, at the beginning, it's 25 science, and then it goes to 50 science for these techs, and then it goes to 80, then 144, and it scales like that. No matter what game I play on, as long as I'm playing on standard speed, that's always the same. On deity, the tech and civic costs scale up. So it's actually harder to get techs and civics on deity mode now. That you have to have more science and culture. Deity doesn't get any settling or any unit bonuses at the beginning anymore, so you will start on the equal footing, but it does get some significant bonuses to combat and yield, so it scales through the game really quite quickly. So you will start on the even playing field, but deity plays really, really, really well. So deity was a shock. And it took a little while for me to get the hang of it. But to answer your other question, have I lost anything yet? No, I have not lost anything just yet. And that's because I very deliberately ramped my game up. I built up. I played on the first difficulty, which is the difficulty I did the video on, the Governor deity. Sorry, Governor deity. Governor difficulty, which I would recommend everyone starts on. It's a very good difficulty to get the crux of the game. And then when I was ready, I pushed up from there. So, no, I haven't yet, but there have been a certain amount of games where I have felt like I have been very behind. There is one that I have got in my mind right now where I realized, oh boy, I'm in a whole heap of trouble, and that really did play me. Like there is no question in my mind that deity on Civ 7 is harder than deity on Civ 6 by a long way. It doesn't have an early game rush like Civ 6 does, so you don't get rushed by warriors, but the end tempo of Civ 7 is quite brutal if you're not keeping up with it. If that makes sense. I don't know if I've answered your question well, but there is a decent attempt at an answer for you. I found Viceroy, the one up from default, felt like a really complete and balanced experience. I have not tried Viceroy. I went from from Governor to Emperor, the one 2 below Deity. That was the next run I had. And to be honest with you, I felt very similar. I felt like it was all very well balanced. There was no complaints on that at all. Is the Natural Wonder not down on this map? I thought it was. I thought Mapuche's Wonder was here. That's a shame. Not sure if you could answer, but was the late game churn fixed in Civ 7? Well, that's going to be a subjective question, because it depends on what you found the late game to be like. I think that's the beginning question for you. What did you find the game like at the end? If you find the game to be a little bit busy with the amount of units you've got to do, the amount of cities you've got to control, the build queues, the way the game scales up in terms of the amount of decisions you've got to make, then yes, it is a lot smoother. The later stages of any Civ 7 game are much more efficiently put together. Much more efficiently put together. You don't have to do anywhere near as much. Far at the bottom. Is that on this map? I didn't know if it was on... I mean, maybe it is. I don't know if it is on this map. There's some barbs down there, though. I might lose my scout if I go down there. So, yeah, I can't guarantee for you it will be completely fixed. But I thought it was pretty good. No, it's not down here. Well, why did I believe you? Why did I believe you? I came down there and I was like, this is just the normal one. This is just the normal one. The rules of the challenge, the normal one. In the exploration age, can you defend your religion in your own cities beyond the inherent protections afforded to your holy city? Okay, right, now. So, the religion mechanics in Civ 7 are basically that you unlock the ability to put down a temple from the first civic in the tree called Piety. And then you build a temple. Whichever is the settlement of your first temple becomes your holy city. It is converted immediately, and you have your religion. Religion is held in your city not in terms of like a number of population that's sort of physically held there, but it is held instead as urban and rural. So there are 2 parts of your city. You can either convert the people that live in the city and the people that live in the countryside. Your holy city can never be converted. Once you put a religion down in your holy city, that's always safe. Nobody can ever convert that. You'll always have your religion, and everyone has a religion. There's no cap on great profits beyond the fact that everyone has a religion. Apart from that, there is no religious combat in Civ 7 as of yet. So you can spread your religion to other people's settlements, and people can spread their religion to your settlements. Not in your holy city, not in other people's holy cities, but in other settlements. And you can't inherently stop it, you just have to counter it with your own missionaries. The interesting part about religion in Civ 7 is a lot of the benefits that come from religion in terms of making relics for the legacy pathway, but also in terms of the abilities and strengths your religions give, which are considerable. Religions are a lot more powerful in Civ 7 in terms of the yield bonuses you get. Much more powerful. Much more meaningful. They only really kick in if you spread it to other people's settlements, not your own. So spreading your own religion, in the most part, apart from a couple of civics, in the most part, spreading your religion to your own cities doesn't really do anything. So you end up spreading your religion to other people's cities more than your own. So it's a weird sort of thing where people spread it to you, but you don't really spread it to them. It's a simpler system than the Civ 6 religion at the moment, but it is very gameplay meaningful. So you can get a lot of benefit from the game in terms of generating relics, but also in generating yields. There are some really, really big ones you can get. So it's interesting. It's definitely a change. Fiddleman, hey! Sorry, I just noticed this now, as I've mostly been audio only. You do not need to name the city after me as I had the last one. No, you donated very kindly. I insist. What are we doing on Pantheon? What are we doing on Pantheon, by the way? I think I'm going to be going Feed the World as normal. It's a 4-city challenge. We need to get as much population as we can. I could go Religious Settlements and just settle my 4 cities as soon as possible. That's not a bad idea. I mean, yeah, well, obviously the Rainforest Pantheon for Sacred Path wouldn't be too bad, but I'm only going to be getting a little bit more faith. We could go River Goddess. River Goddess would give me the amenities and the housing, which wouldn't be too bad. I could go for Fertility for the city growth. It's only 10%, but it does make a difference. Yeah, we're not going Work Ethic. Not today. Not today, because we're going for population, not for production. It's a very specific challenge, this one. I think we're going to go River, because this is where I was going to plonk it. That's what I was going to do. I mean, we are playing Inca. This is the thing to remember. We are playing Inca, so we do want to put some... now this is the thing. We want to put down, probably, the terrace farm, because that will improve all these towns quite nicely. Or we go the white nerdy play. And we go full preserve, and we do this instead. So, there are options. I'm going to be cutting down all the rainforest either way. I'm just sticking with religious settlements. I don't want to tie myself into a strategy right now. I'm going to get that settler as soon as possible. We're going to go and settle out. And then we'll work from there. I think I might probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to go away, and we're going to go and settle over here. So we can work a preserve pantanal. Cutting down all the rainforest, I know. So we'll settle one city down there, and we'll go up here in the other direction for the other one. Maybe settle up here to get this mountain. It's, you know what, I never thought I'd say this, but in the first time in the history of the Ursa channel, I feel a bit out of practice on Civ 6. Was this random pick? No, we picked this deliberately, distinctly. We are trying to get the highest population we can. That is the aim of the game. Barbs. Let's head up that. Head in this direction. Terrace farm or preserve. I don't know which one it's going to be right now, but it'll be one of the two. Oh, I didn't put any game modes on. Ooh. Oh, do we want to restart and put game modes on? I totally forgot about that. I think we do. We're just going to restart briefly and put game modes on, because I think that'll make a massive difference. And we're only on 1016. Also up difficulty. I think I will. I think I'll put it on Emperor. Emperor or Immortal. I don't think I'll go full deity, but I'd like the AI to have a bit of yield. So, yeah. Let's do that. We do some more, no, Q&A is still ongoing, Grux. Which Civ 7 Civ did you try? And which did you enjoy the most? I assume you mean first. The first Civ 7 Civ I played was the one I played in Baltimore, which was Rome. And let me tell you, I love Rome. Rome in Civ 7 is such an upgrade from Roman Civ 6. Roman Civ 7 is arguably one of the best civs in the game, which I think is appropriate, and I like that. I like the fact that Rome is really quite good. That makes me very happy, because it feels like it should be. Rome should be a raid boss. Do you know what I mean? Rome should be the thing that we all fear at night. Feels appropriate. To me, anyway, it feels appropriate. Persia. Where is Persia? Let's go get these things in. I've forgotten who we had on. I think we had a Japan. We had... Who else did we have on? I don't remember who we had on. Anyone else remember we had on? Oh, we're talking about the Civ. Whenever we talk about countries, it's all about the Civ. Leaders are totally separate. So Augustus is a Roman leader, but you can be disconnected and detached. So he's his own leader. Wilhelmina, was it? Was it Wilhelmina? Did I have the Dutch on? I don't remember I had the Dutch on. We got Persia, we got Japan, we got England, we got Canada, we got Australia. What else do we have? Game restarted because I forgot to put the game modes on because I'm a fool. It wasn't Coupe. It definitely wasn't Coupe. Mali. That was one of them. That was one of them. And we need one more person. Cree? I don't think I put Cree on, did I? I needed someone to trade with. Japan was a trade one? No, it wasn't Mapuche. No. Good try. Canada we've got. English lady we've got. Who was it? No, it wasn't Brazil. I've got Eleanor. Look, you can see her. She's there. Don't type Eleanor. You can see the fact Eleanor's. I don't know who I put in. Second John Curtin. Was it Indonesia? Was it Egypt? I'm putting Egypt in. I mean, honestly. Oh, no, Gilgabro. Oh, let's put Gilgabro in. Come on, that'll do. So, let's put it on Emperor. What modes are going to make more sense for yields? Did we take a gamble and set fire to the Amazon? Do I set fire to the Amazon? You know what? I will. We're going apocalypse mode. Because, yes, population may die. Population may die. But I think if I set fire to the rainforest enough, I can get some giga yields. That's what we're going to hope for. So we're going to play risky. Barb Clans is good. We'll put Heroes and Legends on. That might speed me through the game. I'll put Monopolies and Corporations on. That might speed me through the game. We'll put Secret Societies on. I think we'll leave everything else off. I got to get to turn 200. Yeah. This is turn 200 that sort of counts as this. There you go. Tech Shuffle, no. Was it Rome? Rome is the one we missed. Ah, it was Rome. You're right. Tough. It's Gilgamesh now. Sorry. Actually, we'll put Rome in as well. There you go. We'll put Caesar in. I can make the rules. I can do what I want. Yeah, see? It's all me. It's all me. Let's change you to a blue. Yeah, we go. That's fine. Some of you may die, and it is a sacrifice I'm more than willing to make. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Hit me with some Civ 7 questions. Come on. I want to see your questions. Not putting Coupe in. I'm not doing it. Do governments have any impact outside celebrations? They seem a bit superficial at the moment. At the moment, celebrations are the main thing that you get from picking a government. So that will dictate which celebrations you can pick from. There is a diplomatic relationship bonus to civilizations in a different or the same government as you. So especially in the early game or when you have larger games, you naturally find yourself where influence, the resource that you use to do diplomacy, that is very tight, it is very scarce. So the government, that can give you a boost or a penalty to relationship that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get. So it's quite meaningful in terms of that. But those are, as far as I'm aware at the moment, the only two Uses for government in the game at the moment. Here we go. Save over this. For the moment, anyway. Maybe that system will be expanded a little bit later. But there are certainly no options as to like different government cards or anything like that. It's all still good. Does my tier list still hold up? Oh, you'll have to see, won't you? Does my tier list hold up? In short, no. For different reasons than I thought. Having played Civ 7, I think I correctly identified that influence was going to be valuable. I incorrectly identified that gold wouldn't be as valuable as it actually is. I think gold is a very strong resource in Civ 7. And I think civs that make gold are very strong. Very, very, very strong. Alright, let's try this again. Are celebrations more and more expensive as you achieve them? Yes, in my understanding, they are. It is a little bit, I am reminded of, the Civ 5 system for Golden Ages. So every time you get one, the next one is a little bit more expensive. However, as the game goes through, the more settlements you have, the more resources you have, happiness is much easier to acquire. So it tends to scale. I have never had a game that is revolved around celebrations, where celebrations were prohibitively expensive. If you need them, you can get them fairly reliably. Obviously, some civs and leaders are going to be better, but it seems like a pretty decent balance at the moment. I certainly haven't noticed any true issue with it. Civs that can create different currencies in general are very strong. Yeah, I feel like Bose. Am I wrong in thinking this? But I feel like gold is a very, very strong resource. Just in the way that you can use it to get stuff in towns. Towns don't have a build queue, so if you're able to just dump gold in a town and put granaries and sawmills and stuff like that in it, it can really, really turbocharge them. And I think that's where a civ like Rome is very strong, but there are other civs that make a lot of gold. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not going mad on that one. That's good. Ooh, governors. Ooh, governors. Which secret society? I'll tell you what, I'll let you all pick the secret society. How do we do that one? Secret society. You can all pick this one. Remember, it's a population challenge. Vampires. Owls. Then we'll go for voids and ley lines. There you go. Go vote on that. Vote on the poll. It's very strong. You're probably more important than Civ 6. It's very strong. I also find gold to be very plentiful compared to influence. Yeah, I still think I called it correctly at the beginning when I said influence would be strong, and that a lot of civs that make influence early on are much stronger. I would caveat, though, that a little bit. There is a big caveat to that statement. Influence is very difficult to get at the beginning of the game. In Antiquity Age, influence is very, very difficult to get. Outside of Antiquity, influence is not as difficult to get as I thought it would be. There are ways of gaming it so you can create almost infinite supplies of influence as soon as you hit exploration and onwards. So, I think early game influence is really powerful. That's my clarification on that. I think we need... I'm just trying to think of the best person for this one. Do we go Magnus and the growth rate? Or Magnus to chop out the rainforest? And then Pingala, or Pingala to boost the tree? I think last population challenge I did, I regretted not going through the tree quickly enough. So I'm going to go Pingala. Yeah. Yeah, very fun influence games I'm very excited to showcase. Oh yeah, like us... You've got to understand, we Civ content creators, we love what we do, and I don't think I've met anyone who doesn't love what we do. We are very, very fortunate to make content as we do. Not one of us is disappointed to have a different game to get our teeth stuck into. You know? We're all very grateful and very excited to have something new to tackle. Just creatively, it is a huge boon. So we're very excited about that. That is very, very good. Wing Palace coming, yeah, absolutely. What is the most confusing part of the game? Is the urban district building adjacency placement easy to figure out? So, the way I can describe this with Civ 7 is there was a concept I heard in one of the talks right at the beginning, right at the very beginning, where they spoke about they wanted to get a game that had depth, not complexity, which sounds like a really weird sentence, but it sort of means this. Their aim... Oh, wow. Bam. Okay, cool. Thank you just for melting my warrior. It's kind of you. They wanted a game that anybody could pick up and play really quickly. So there was no real gateway to enjoying the game. So that's when they say they don't want complexity in the game. They didn't want a game where you had to pick up a 700-piece manual, page manual, and encyclopedically have to look up all the rules of Civ 7 to make it make work. I'm not pointing at certain Paradox games. Vicky 3, my absolute nemesis, which even after well over 100 hours in the game, I still don't know I don't have a clue what's going on in that game. As much as I try and play it. Yeah, so they didn't want a game like that. They wanted a game that anyone could pick up. However, they wanted a game that had a lot of depth to it. So playing it was easy, but mastering it was now an impossible. Or at least took a lot of time. And I can see a lot of the decisions they've made in the gameplay is like that. So in terms of the urban stuff specifically, being able to put buildings down and make quarters and doing all that is so simple. It's really simple because this is one of the things that Civ 7 does really well. It calculates yields like really accurately. Really, really accurately. And it's really, really quite handy for telling you what's going to happen. So if I've got a building and I want to put it on a different tile, oh, it's got adjacencies from this, it's got adjacencies from that, it will work out the number for you and pop it on. So actually, one of the best things about Civ 6, right, one of the mods that we all love is this one, right, the pinning mod that puts the yields on the map. That is now inbuilt in Civ 7. So if you put a building down, it will tell you exactly what the yield is on every tile. So it works it out for you. It's very, very good for doing that. However, getting your head around all of the rules as to exactly where to put buildings and where the synergies are and what goes next to another is really tricky. And then because you've got specialists on top of that, and you've got quarters, and you've got different mechanics with different civs and different leaders, and which civ is going to go into which civ, mastering it is really tough. Really tough. I haven't even scratched the surface. And I know a lot of Civ YouTubers are going to be like, oh yeah, I've got this strategy, I've got this strategy. I believe every single one of them. I believe we're all going to be fighting over who knows the best little shortcuts and strategies for a long time, because I think it's very nuanced. So that's my answer to that, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. How do I like the mementos? I like them. I like them a lot. So if you haven't seen this system, you play a game with a leader, like for instance Pachacuti, and you get experience. You level him up and you unlock mementos. Every game you can take 2 of them into a game and they give you a little bonus. Some of the bonuses are little early game bonuses, others are late game bonuses, others are stuff. So I think one of the famous ones we've all spotted at the moment is when you're moving around the map in Civ 7, you can press a button on your scout and he searches, so your vision goes out a little bit. And there's a memento that gives +3 sight when you do that instead of +1. And that's a lot of fun. So there's all kinds of strategies around stuff like that. The big caveat to mementos is you can only take 2 into a game. So there is a very limited amount that you can take in. Now you can turn it off in multiplayer. You don't have to use them. But there's only so much advantage you can bring into the game. So it's up to you to kind of, do I focus on the early game? Do I go for a synergy? So far, I've enjoyed it. It's added a lot. And again, it's all part of that complexity, not depth. Like some of the strategies you can pull off by, say, putting in mementos that give you specialist yields, or ignoring that and giving you just vision, or letting your naval units move faster, or whatever it is. You effectively make all of your things. There is no wonder down at the south. You can't convince me. I've already fallen into that trap, chat. You're not going to. You're not going to trick me again, alright? It's fine. Yeah, that memento of Iban is basically map packs. You can make it even more ridiculous as well, Bose. Did you see that? Did you see the one you can unlock that makes it even worse? I'm so excited. Oh dear. I'm not skipping the wonder. I'm not having it. Stop being mean to me. You can't trick me. Not again. Oh man. It's funny, all the YouTubers are being like, we're being both really open and really coy simultaneously when it comes to all of this stuff, because we're like, oh, I found this really cool thing. This would make a really good video. I want to tell other people about it. But what if they make a video on it? So I'm going to keep it secret. But they probably already know about it already. Oh, I'll tell them. And it kind of goes backwards and forwards. It's really funny. The Wonder Down South is a wonderful barb camp. Thank you, Matt Beard, for being honest with me. I thought that's what it would be. Hercules! How's the voting going, by the way? 188 votes. Come on, get those in. I'll give you 30 seconds more on the votes. Currently, you want me to play vampires. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. We'll see what we can do. I have to pick up Hercules quite quickly. I think he'll be a really good pick. A really, really good pick. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go early mysticism. Come on. Sod it. I'm doing it. I am playing the game the way I want to play it, which is preserve Inca. Because White and Nerdy has entrusted me with this job. Vampires and forest fires go brr. Yeah, exactly. What does having an alliance with another civilization do? So again, this is specifically in Civ 7. An alliance is quite useful. So obviously you have friendly relations with another civ. So they don't declare war on you. They don't do anything nasty to you. They don't sanction you or do anything bad like that, which is really good. So there's lots of positive stuff there. I don't know why I got mining and not horse art. Why didn't I get mining? Got animal husbandry, but I can't actually tell you why. So having an alliance puts you on good terms with people. Specifically, if you have an alliance, you are locked into a defensive contract. So if I have an ally, actually no, it's more than a defensive contract. If I have an ally and they are at war, the game asks me, hey, you're an ally. If you want to remain an ally with this person, you need to also declare war on them. So you're given a choice. Do I declare war or do I refuse to declare war? If you refuse to declare war with your ally alongside them, you take a big diplomatic penalty and your alliance is immediately expired. So it's a way of like protecting each other whilst also locking you interestingly in. I believe as well, maybe I'll get corrected on this, but I believe having good relations in an alliance also reduces the amount of influence you have to spend on endeavors and other actions like that. So having good relations with people gives you a bonus of that, I'm pretty sure. But that's I don't know if I know that for certain. So like if you're spending influence to share culture or science or whatever with somebody, if you're allied with them, it's cheaper. So it's good to have an ally. You want to have an ally, but you don't want to have too many, because if you've got loads of allies, then you get pulled into loads of random wars, and that's annoying. Question, what's my Steam password? You can't wait 2 weeks. If I told you that, I would have to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just the way it be. Tell you what, I am going to, I think, stick with my guns and go for the... Oh, the settler's not here now. Ah, because no relic. There you go. Right, what do I do then? What do I do? Breathtaking appeal or builder? Let's go builder for the city growth, right? Yeah, sod it. If you go to prison for killing Parrots, can I have your Steam password? No. How about no? Not gonna happen. I'm not killing anyone. Not today. Not today. Maybe another day. Maybe soon. But not today. Is it I love crisps? Hey Clint, how you doing? No. It wouldn't be something so obvious. Oh man. Grey rat. Which one's grey rat? Over here. I'm so... In Civ 7, your settlers can't get stolen. They have a defensive strength. I'm going to gamble on the fact that that camp is still alive. He won't take my settler. I think that's how Barb Clans works. I'm so out of the loop. I don't know. I haven't played this in a while. I could have just made a terrible mistake. We shall see. There we go. I thought he'd move away. I was looking at that thinking, come on. There you go. Terrace farm next to fresh water gives production and gives the food from it as well. So good, powerful, strong tile. I want to put another preserve there as well. I want to preserve all of this. If we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like this, I'm going to settle on top of that tile. And we're going to go... Bup, 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 bup. Yeah. Don't want to be too near the volcano is the only problem. Point there, but then I'm not working all of the mountain. We'll go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want to be next to the volcano. Maybe we'll... No, that'll do. That'll do. No overlapping preserves. I don't think so. Not yet. No. No. Not yet. But we'll see. We'll see on that. See how it goes. Is the Civ 7 wording of, for example, plus 20% gold towards purchasing things different mechanically to Civ 6? Okay, now we are entering into the realms of slight speculation and guesswork. Because I'm still trying to work this out 100% for myself. The way I see it is this. Say, for instance, in Civ 7, you have something that costs 170 gold. You have to spend 170 gold to buy it. Now, if you have something that gives you plus 20% gold towards buying something, it means that your gold is worth 20% more. So, effectively, you have to do a sort of division, because the cost of it is still 170, but your gold is worth 120% of what it would be normally. So you have to divide by 120 and then times by 100. So it would be 5/6 as expensive as it would have been normally. So it's not 20% cheaper, it's actually a sixth cheaper. And the more of them you get, so if you get 40% extra or 60% extra or 80% extra, for instance, then it gets cheaper and cheaper, but the difference gets smaller and smaller. So yeah, absolutely. If it's 100% extra, everything is effectively 50% off. So I believe that is how it works. I may not be correct. Yeah, see, Bose is still trying to figure it out as well. I don't think it is multiplicative. I think it's additive. But maybe if Carl is still watching the stream, he can confirm that mechanic. I don't know the actual 100% answer to that one. But I expect it would be easy enough to work out if you spent the time to actually figure it out. I will admit I have not as of yet put the effort in. Right, we're going to go vampires. So I need to actually build a little bit of an army here and go and kill some barbs, which I can do easily enough. We got 2 warriors. We'll go and start clearing things. It's fun. So it's 5/6 and not 4/5. Yeah, that's exactly right, Clint. It's your... So if it's 20% more, it's 100 over 120. And if it was 40% more, it's 100 over 140. So it's I think that's how the maths goes. Right, okay, perfect. Thank you, Borderline. Thank you, Carl. Yeah, I was pretty confident on that one. So you can't get something to 0. Oh, you know what that means. Carl, does that mean when you were looking at Civ 6, you got disappointed and upset with those clever people who managed to take Mali with the Sugaba and democracy bonuses and with Ngazagamu, the city-state, and were buying units for minus 95% gold cost? I think it was 60%, 20 and 15, wasn't it? Yeah, 95% discount. Are you telling me that wasn't what you wanted to replicate? That was the best. Oh, good times. Good times were had by all, eh? Oh, dear. I'm glad my maths wasn't too far off on that one, though. That's good. We are never disappointed or upset with fans who find wild and fun combinations. We encourage it. Ah, that's very kind. That's a nice way of looking at it. Oh, but we do break it. We do break it. Ah, I think it's because I've got mysticism up. I still remember when Civ 6 first came out. My grammar, I do apologize. When Civ 6 first came out, and you could press escape and pick Pantheon simultaneously to replicate the Pantheon over and over. Those were good times. Oh, I remember that. Everyone else remember that on when it came out? Those were good times. Right, we had another wonderful donation. Alex Frost. It's not a very frosty city. I will just point that out now. Population is what we need to get. So I support Spiffing Brit. Oh, in all things, of course. Legally, we all have to support Spiffing Brit. Otherwise, he will exploit us out of existence, is what I've heard. Do cities lose population due to insufficient food like Civ 6? If so, how does lost population affect the district since they are directly tied to the population? That's a really good question. Oh. I will admit, because I'm such a pro gamer, I have not actually been in the situation where a city has lost enough food to start losing a population. I believe it will probably just cap out and not let you go below a certain point. Again, I don't actually know. That's a really good question. I don't know if we have an answer to that yet. That's a really good question. We've had some good questions so far. My guess is that no, you can't lose population. Not in the same way. And the reason why my educated guess is like that is when a tile is pillaged or pillaged from an army or pillaged from a natural disaster in Civ 7. Just like in Civ 6, it becomes on fire and you stop working it. But when it's fixed, the population is returned. So you lose a population when a tile is pillaged, and then it is returned when the tile is fixed. So the population doesn't go anywhere. It just simply disappears momentarily whilst the tile is damaged. So I don't believe there is a mechanism to lose pop. Additionally, when you make settlers in Civ 7, you don't lose population as well. Oh, I thought I'd come in and try and sneak this one through. You're being annoying with that warrior, that. We're going to go and try and kill that barb camp. We'll get there. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. Do we terrace farm this until we want to put the preserve up? No, I'm going to put the preserve up first. I'm doing it. I have not found a mechanism outside of natural disasters either. No, I don't think you... I mean, it's very difficult to starve a settlement as well, because food is plentiful at the base level. I think you would find it difficult to starve. I mean, maybe you could. Maybe it's possible. But I think it's quite difficult. Alright, now we've unlocked the preserve, which is good. Yeah, urban planning now. Discipline, keep a map. Good. Okay. What's up with the game speed like in... what's the game speed like in Civ 7 with ages breaking up the pacing? It seems to be good. So the game progresses faster, obviously on online speed or quick speed. And slower if you put it on marathon or any of the longer modes like that. So you can bring the speed up and down based on what you want it to do. The difficulty also changes the speed of the game, because if you're playing on deity, techs are more expensive than if you're playing on an easy difficulty. So it does slow down the game like that. I have found that most ages end between turn 100 and 150, depending on how well you're doing. So the game is about 300 to about 450 turns. Maybe it's because I'm quite new at the game, but I have not noticeably found that the game takes a much shorter or longer amount of time than a game of Civ 6. They're quite comparable. I think the game is a little longer in Civ 7 than Civ 6, but you've got less to do every turn. That's how I would phrase it. How much more expensive are techs on higher difficulties? I don't know the exact answer to that question. I don't know. I don't know all the precise numbers on the deity difficulty. I can tell you some. Deity combat bonus, for instance, is not +4. It is +8 on Civ 7. So deity is brutal. There's a whole thing about that because combat modifiers are a lot easier to manipulate in that game. So it's not quite the full story. But there are certain differences to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deity amount is, to be absolutely honest with you. But it's big. It's a big number. Oh, that's an expensive grove. Oh, we'll have to work it. It's fun. I can't even remember the last Civ 6 game I finished. Usually once I'm ahead by score, it gets boring and I start a new game. That is one of the problems that Civ has always had, is how do you get people to... Goodbye. Oh, the population of the Nickerman, we loved you. We loved you, but we have no more time for you. Off they go. Into the wildfires of Oblivion. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about the late stages of the game, and that's one of the things they've been trying to address, definitely. We'll see. Time will tell as to whether or not they have managed it or not. No vampires. Oh, this is going to be one of those low vampire games, isn't it? It's for the yields, yeah. That's what I'm telling myself. It's for the yields. We're going to roast this a few times really early and go for the yields. I need the profit, so we will try and get the profit up and running in this city first. And then we'll go from there. I know. It's all for the yields. Oh, that spread quick. That spread mighty quick. Let's see if we can push through. Amazon catches on fire again, I know. Wasn't my fault this time. Wasn't my fault. Don't mind me as I stand on this random marsh tile. That can't burn. The challenge is the Discord challenge. So we got to 20,000 members on Discord, which is absolutely crazy numbers. And to celebrate, we are running a population challenge. So you've got to play on this map in any leader you want, any difficulty you want, any game modes you want. And the mission is to get the highest population you can. I am playing the 4-city challenge mode of it. So we'll see what we can do today. Still trying to beat Congo on the 1-city challenge of Maya still. Oh, Maya is a difficult one on this map. This is not a good start for Maya. It really isn't. It really is not. Let's have a look. But can we explain how Dark Ages and Golden Ages work with legacy paths? Like when you complete a path but fail to get any on another path. Or is it realistic to fail and get one legacy milestone? Yeah, so basically a Dark Age is an option you can pick. You don't have to pick it, but it is an option you can pick if you get 0 points in a legacy path in antiquity or exploration. So for instance, if you had 0 points in the military tree, you could choose to get a Dark Age for the military path. Dark Age policies or legacies that you can pick at the beginning of the age transition are very powerful, normally come with caveats, a bit like the policy cards in Civ 6. So if you remember, monasticism is a good example of one. This one, so you get 75% science in cities with a holy site and minus 25% culture in all cities. So Dark Ages all have very similar things. And they can be quite cool and quite exciting. There's some really fun ones there. However, if you pick a Dark Age legacy, you don't get to pick any other legacy. So it's kind of like an all or nothing deal. Golden Ages are the opposite. Golden Ages are caused when you have a situation where... I'm going to chase you down. You're going nowhere. Golden Ages are what happens when you max out a legacy path in an age. You get right to the end of it, you unlock the Golden Age. That is just a legacy you can buy with points, just like any other legacy. The difference being that the effects of it are very, very strong. Very, very strong. So normally they are well worth doing. Golden Ages, you can pick multiple of them. So you don't have to just have one Golden Age. You can have as many as you want, as long as your points can afford them. But Dark Ages supersede everything else. So it's kind of like a reward or penalty for doing well in the previous age. It affects how your next stage goes to an extent. To a small extent. I really need irrigation to put my holy site down here. It's going to be on my preserve a little bit, but I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Can cities flip from happiness at any time or just during crisis? Good question. I don't know the actual answer to that one, but I can tell you I have personally only seen it happen in a game where crises were happening at that moment. So I don't know whether or not that is an only thing or if it's just more likely to happen, because the crisis in question was massively suppressing people's happiness. It was really, really hitting them quite badly. So I don't know if it just triggered that or whether it's just an only thing, but that's when I saw it. So we'll see. We'll see. Will I go for Hanging Gardens? I am tempted. Yes, I am tempted. I do need to try and get some religious points soon, though. I'm waiting for Hercules to be able to come and pop a holy site down on this tile. That's what I'm waiting for at the moment. Okay, right, we're in there now, which is good. Everyone move down. I'm going to go take out this barb camp now. Look at the yields! Look at the yields! The yields are mighty. And I will set fire to them once again when I get to 100 faith. Population is not going to be a thing for me at the beginning of the game. What decides how much happiness you need for celebration? I believe the amount you've got to get to at the beginning of the game is a fixed number. And then that number starts to go up the more celebrations you get. But you generate the happiness towards celebration from your global happiness pool. So it works very much like Civ 5 did. So all of your settlements have a happiness, and all the excess positive gets put into a yield at the top, and that is what goes into the celebration. Celebrations can be very, very strong. Very, very strong. I would always recommend going for one if you can. When the fire comes back and then reburns them. Is it big enough to come back? That's a good question, actually. I don't know if it's big enough to do a full circle. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out, eh? Haha. Right. Got you cornered now. Do you get any bonuses for being happy aside from during celebrations? Pyramids has been taken. No. So you get a negative penalty to yields in your settlements if you're unhappy. So you get -2 of every single yield. It's 2% yield of every single yield for every happiness you are below 0. So if you're -5, you get minus 10% yields and everything, for instance. If you are over, then no, your settlement doesn't get any bonuses. It just all adds up quicker and quicker to getting a celebration, which is an empire-wide benefit. So if you have a really, really happy settlement, then your nation may never, or your civilization may actually never leave the Golden Age. It could just be as simple as that. Let's get you going. You just may be in a permanent Golden Age for the rest of the game. Can you overbuild on warehouse buildings? No. No, you cannot. They go down for the game. For the game. So you've got to be very careful where you put them. They also don't have any adjacency specialties. So they can only be so strong. So they actually work really well to put on really naff tiles. Tiles that aren't very good. It's where it makes more sense to put them. Have I had a high tea yield day? Yes, I have. Or have I had high tea today? Sorry, in terms of the number of cups of teas I've had, yes, probably an unhealthy amount. Have I had high tea? As in the dinner event? No, I have not. I haven't had a high tea in a long time. Not since my glorious days of university, which we try not to talk about. Now that Civ 6 is pretty much through its cycle, which do you think is better? Civ 5 or Civ 6? Oh, without a doubt, Civ 6. And I think Civ 5 was a good game. Don't get me wrong. I think it was a very, very good game. But I think Civ 6 was, by the time all the DLC and all of the game modes have been put in, way better. Incomparably better. But don't forget as well, Civ 6 it has a special place in my heart. Because ultimately it's the game that made me this business and got me my job. So, you know, I'm always going to be biased on that question. So take that with a pinch of salt. But no, I do believe that this is the better game. I'm actually going to go and settle down here to get some of these yields. Yeah, why not? Let's go and do that. It's a little close to this one, but I think it'd be better than just... Actually, no, these yields are really good. Mountains are only so good. I know I'm playing Inca, but come on. 3, 4, 5. I'm going to be a bit close. I could do one city on the coast, though, just purely because it would be really handy to trade with people. I'd like to work as many of these tiles, though, that I can. Maybe an aqueduct. I think, you know what? I'm going to end up settling there, and we're going to end up canaling and then aqueducting. We're going to do that. The Civ 5 happiness mechanic was a miserable thing. I'm a bit concerned that there was something similar in Civ 7. It's nowhere near that restrictive. The Civ 5 mechanic was really horrible. Really, really horrible. To the point where I think in Civ 5, if you were unhappy, your whole nation became unhappy. It wasn't like... You could have cities that were unhappy, but when the whole nation became unhappy, you couldn't settle. There was no food growth. It was really, really horrible. Civ 7 has penalties for going over the happiness cap, but it's a much softer cap that gradually gets worse. It's not like a cliff. So I think it's been implemented a lot better. I remember the Civ 5 mechanic, and I actually agree with you fully. Like, I remember that mechanic, and I remember how restrictive it could be at times. It is not that bad. Nowhere near that bad. You missed the days of Civ Revolution. Yeah. These are the days. These are the days. Put that in, actually. I never played Civ Revolution. Never played it. Is Gandhi in Civ 7? If he isn't, I will. Someone must carry on his legacy. Must one not? I think Gandhi's legacy will always it will always be in Civ. I can neither confirm nor deny rumors or comments about Gandhi either being or not being in Civ. I do apologize. But know that my heart goes out to anybody that loves Gandhi, because I think Gandhi is the living meme, and I respect that fully. Is multiplayer functional in the build you all got? So again, I've got to be a little bit careful here because I can't explicitly talk about multiplayer, but I can tell you certain things. So one thing I was able to do was I was able to experience very recently a live multiplayer game with one of the developers, which was really cool. So I got to play multiplayer with one of the developers, and Potato was there actually as well. So Potato was on the call. We got to play a bit of multiplayer. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I can't really talk too much about it because the time is not quite there. But I can also tell you in an unrelated note that I'm not worried at all. I've seen a lot of the common worries about how it's going to be built and the stability of it and the way that the mechanisms have been put in place. I'm not worried at all. So draw from that what you want. I'm sure more information on that topic will be coming out soon. In fact, there is a live stream coming up on the 30th, I think, isn't there? The devs are going to do a stream on multiplayer and on stuff post-launch. So I would massively keep an eye out for that because I believe that will probably explain a lot of what's going on. Let me just quickly have a quick look in the back end of my YouTube because we had a wonderful donation come in on YouTube. We've had a few actually. Okay, it was legally trash. Tell you what, legally trash, congrats. You have infected my vampire. You have claimed it. Goodbye, Bose. Goodbye. Thanks for having that. Yeah, multiplayer live stream on the 30th. I imagine a lot of information is going to be there. The only thing I'm going to say to you now, which I feel confident enough to say, because I don't think it's giving anything away, if you're in the category of people that multiplayer is very important to you, and you're very concerned about it and its implementation, I would strongly say wait until you see the stream, because I think a lot of your fears will go away once you've seen it in play. Once you've seen it actually working, I hope you will be reassured. We shall see. And I would say a lot of the things about... This is more speculation. So you're talking about the 5-player human player limit. I would say be very careful about worrying about whether multiplayer will ever have it and whether it's going to have it on launch. I strongly suspect that they are throttling the capability of what they're going to put out at the beginning. And I have no evidence to back this up, by the way. This is pure speculation. I suspect that once time goes on, it will be opened and expanded. So that's my gut feeling on the matter. Can you at least tell us if there are no disconnecting problems with multiplayer? I'm afraid I have a very small set size. I can only tell you about my experiences with it. What I can tell you is that I saw evidence of a potential issue on the game I played with Potato and the dev, because Potato's PC overheated whilst we were playing, and the game crashed. It was a problem on his end, not on the game's end, okay? He admitted it. He put his hands up. It was really funny. He crashed. He left the game. The game continued, and he was able to hot join without everyone else having to leave. He just joined back in within a very, very quick normal load time, and there was no problem afterwards. We all remained in sync. It worked really well. So perhaps it was just a very small set example, of something going really well. But it seemed like it was able to let him hot join back in without a problem. So certainly if this was like a data bar of like really bad to really good and the true answer is somewhere between, there's a possibility of it being really good. I can't rule out that it'll be really bad, but it was a positive sign, put it that way. A reassuring sign. We shall see, eh? We shall see as to what happens. Tell you what, I'm going to move all my troops back. We're gonna go undergo the long dark night of some settlers. I need to get the 2 settlers out quickly, so we're going to go and try and put both of these down. We'll put, once we've got bronze working down, we'll pop this down. We'll get the 2 settlers down as quickly as we can, and then we'll start setting fire to the rainforest again, which is really good. So I'm sorry I can't give you like loads of information on multiplayer, but I'm hoping that you have heard stuff that it may not remove your anxiety over the topic, and your fears may not be entirely cleared, but just be aware that there is positive as well as negative out there, you know? So there you go. Have I tried to play as the Mississippians? I have run a small practice game as them. I have not done a full game, a full age as them. They seemed like a lot of fun because they had a lot of... Mississippi was the one with food. I think, yeah, they have a lot of spare food, so the settlements grew really quickly. It was very satisfying. It plays into my sort of play style as well, which is good. I'm not sure if you can answer this, but do you think we will see the future era added to the game relatively soon? The devs seem to hint at it at the modern era stream. Beres Aurelius, you are using the same set of information and data that I would be using to answer the question. I have no extra information on that topic at all. I think I was one of the first people out there to hypothesize that there would be a 4th age. I maintain my prediction. My prediction is based on my own data set and my own theories, and is backed up by no hard evidence whatsoever, apart from just sort of various things I've seen. I still think it's very possible. Very possible. We shall see, hey? I suspect if it was a thing, if they did bring in a 4th age, I would expect that would be not an update. That would be a whole DLC. But we shall see. We shall see. Which donation method has the least fees? Ko-fi or Patreon? Ko-fi is by far the least fees. We pay basically 0 fees on our end for any donation, which is why typically I've got the link there. It is a very, very cost-effective way of getting money over to us. I think PayPal might have inherently a couple of fees in it, and you've got to use PayPal to make it work. But that is the main reason we use it. For that very reason. Thank you very much for any donations that may or may not come my way. It's very kind of you. We'll keep trying to build this satellite. We're just gonna fry our population. Maybe we'll get to like turn 100 and something. How far through this game should we get before we stop burning the rainforest? That's going to be the question. How bad do we let this get? We shall see. Maybe turn 120, 110, 120? We shall see. How do I feel about the lack of an English civil leader? Well, we haven't seen any announced just yet, have we? I'm not saying as a Brit I have any strong opinions on England being or not being in the game, but it's like I said before. Could you imagine a game with no court of love? No. Dear oh dear. Declare war on the rainforest. It's very tempting. If I had the influence, I would. Alas, I cannot. I cannot. No representation of North England, Scotland, or even Scandinavian. I know. So far. We haven't seen the full roster yet. Why do you have to give me a notification every time a tile burns? I don't care. We're going to go for classical to get me a little bit of extra happiness and food. We'll go for the profit points, urban planning, and the settlers, and then extra charismatic stuff. No court of love equals max despair. I know. I'm with you. That's not this now. Divert all funds and products into nuking the rainforest into submission. We're going to try. Yeah, I think maybe turn 125. 125. That's when I'll stop burning the rainforest and we'll start to grow again. It'll be fun. Is Gwendolyn Christie fond of pigs? I have had no evidence to suggest she is fond of pigs. I can only say that we can assume she hates pigs. Gwendolyn specifically said that she hated pigs in all of their form. I think that's the only logical conclusion we can come to here. I would like to see England come in with DLC focusing on managing cities and distant lands that can go independent, like USA, or we manage to keep loyal / bonuses. Well, that would be a cool concept. Interestingly, some of the crises exactly do that. The exploration crises are all about that divide between the homeland and the distant.
New Ko-fi subscription from Z0F.
Oh, thank you, Zoth. That's incredibly kind. I got a new subscription on Ko-fi. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you for appreciating the beautiful animated artwork that we all know is Sleepy's work, and we've always known that. Don't let anyone tell you differently. She'll find you. But what I will say, yeah, is crises are... There are some that are distinctly weighted to play on that mechanic of, is it a colony? Is it yours? Should it be under your control? So you can take huge happiness penalties to all of your settlements in your homelands, or the ones in distant lands. You basically have to choose. You can lose those cities, so effectively you end up moving your civilization to the new lands. So it is fully possible that that mechanic will be seen just in the gameplay that is in there already. So it is quite a cool thing. Zoof. Rather than Zoeth. Zoof, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying. Well, it's very kind of you nonetheless. I really appreciate it. I think we go for more Exodus because I want more nuking of rainforests at this point. We commit to the bit, and that gives me 4 extra faith per term. And lets me use just 1 missionary to get everything. Came for Ursa, stayed for Sleepy. I know. It's good. We love it. We love the animation. Am I going to build that university? Now, unfortunately, this is a wonder in Civ 7. I have refused to build it on principle so far. You'll be pleased to know I have not built it so far. I have refused. I've had many a word. I've had many a word with developers about why or why not this wonder should be in the game or shouldn't be in the game. You'll be sorry to hear that my complaints fell upon deaf ears. And it is in the game, which is unfortunate. I know. Alright, let's have a quick look. We've got... What should we do? What? We need like a mountain goat. There's no goats here. Oh, there is a goat. Mountain goat. Non-party 20,000. Because it's a special. Yay! And we're going to feed the world because we want to feed the world. We just want the food. And then I'm going to go for the... Stupa, because the amenities are really handy for growing large cities. Amenities are normally the problem well before housing is. So that's good. 4 out of 4 tiles, is that even legal? What, this one? Yeah, we're making some pretty good towers. I'll just be watching reruns of Ursa doing Civ 6. This is an end of era time right now. Kind of sad that know that Ursa will be moving on without me. Andy, hold judgment. If you don't like Civ 7, which is totally fine. Oh, wow. Look, we've got tornadoes and a burning wind for us. That's good. You may not like Civ 7. Not everyone will. The fact is that not everyone will like it. It won't be everyone's cup of tea. All I would say is reserve judgment for 4 weeks. Don't buy it. You don't need to buy it. The reserve judgment until the end of February. By that point, we as creators will have been able to make either really good or really bad pitches to get you involved in the game. Either you'll like what you see and you'll say, okay, maybe this game wasn't as bad as I thought, or you'll be like, I knew it. It's as rubbish as I thought it would be, and you get to move on, and it's not a problem. Because no one's going to be, we're not forcing you to play it. It is natural to be apprehensive on this stuff. Very, very normal and very rational as a response. To be a little bit apprehensive. Give it time. Don't come to such a fixed conclusion until we've had a good go at showing you why we like it. Because the majority opinion so far that I've heard from creators is that we are loving it. And if we're loving making content, it's generally a very good sign. Now, you don't have to buy it as it releases. You can wait for a deal. You can wait for a sale. You can wait until your friend gets it and then just play theirs. Oi! Oi! It just broke everything. Oh! That's harsh. Blimey. But yeah, like, don't worry too much. I know it's easy to say. I know it's very easy to say. But it's very easy to feel quite like down and out about it before it even comes out. We haven't had the opportunity to really show it off in full yet. Keep that in mind. We shall see. Can't family share Civ 7s. We'd have to be sharing a physical PC. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the no hot... I mean, it sounded like from what... Because I had a conversation with the developers about this one when the decision was made. About the lack of hot seat. And the answer was, and whether or not you think it's a fair or unfair answer is a matter of opinion. The answer they were giving was basically they have the numbers. They can see how many people use hot joining or the hot seat or whatever the mode was called. And the reality is that basically no one did it. Like, it was not worth the budget from a developer point of view to make it. Like, it was criminally underused. It was obviously really important to some people. If you did use it, it was an incredibly important thing. But it just wasn't used. And that's why I think the decision was made to let it go. It wasn't because they thought that, like, nobody enjoyed it. It was just, that's where the choice was. Now, obviously, it won't be true for everyone. Some people will have been using it. But, like, the numbers I heard were, like, basically no one was using it. And I think it's just a budget thing, right? You've only got so many developers, you've only got so many man hours or people hours to make this stuff. You at some point you have to decide, like, what is my priority? Where do I want to put the budget in? And that was just a call they made, rightfully or wrongfully, was just to get rid of it. So yeah, I can see why they did it. Obviously, it's never going to be a decision that is good for everyone. But there you go. What would be my favorite era between Ancient and Exploration so far? Exploration. I love Exploration. I think, honestly, it's one of the best mechanics to have been put into a Civ game in a long time. I love, you really get a sense of like, you need to explore the world. Like this is a world you need to explore. And if you don't explore it, you lose out. And they even have Mongolia, which is pre-built to be like, nah, I don't want to explore the world. I can't be bothered with that mechanic. I'm just going to do my own thing. But exploration has so many cool mechanics. It's got so many new things. The balance of it seems really, really cool. There's a lot I just really enjoy about it. So yeah, I'm enjoying that so far. Sorry, mate, I just joined, so I'm not sure we've been asked already or not. Do we know if the UI shown in the preview is the final UI? And was the map sizes and shapes limited to the preview build too? That is a nuanced answer that I don't really have all of the answers because obviously I'm not making the game. But what I can tell you is the maps, from what I've heard, will be expanded as the game goes on. So there will be more map types added to the game as it goes through. But that's been true of every Civ release. Civ 5 had tons of maps added to it as it went on. Civ 6 was exactly the same. What are we talking about in chat? Has everyone been... What's happening? Let's just be kind to each other, alright? We don't need to get... Need to get nasty. Let's just be kind. Thank you very much, Sleepy. So, I think it's... I've lost my train of thought. I've totally lost my... What was the original question? Oh, yeah. The map sizes are going to get added. Map sizes are absolutely going to get added as we go. And certainly, they, from what I've heard, like multiplayer sizes and map sizes generally, they're going to get increased as time goes on. The UI, I know that a lot of screens are being worked on and a load of lenses are being worked on. I think a lot of what we might be seeing on the UI may be not at least finished products, but definitely the theme and style, the colors and the sort of patterns. That is what they're going for. I think it's going to get refined. I think you're going to see refinements to the style that we can see. That seems to be the impression I'm getting. I don't know on that one because I'm not in charge of making it, but we shall see. We shall see. Are Civ-specific wonders buildable by everybody, like the Colosseum from Rome? Yes, they are. Every wonder in the game is on both the tech and civic tree somewhere. Your Civ-specific wonder is on your own Civ culture tree, or your civic tree, and it is unlocked a lot earlier, and you have a bonus to it, and you've got narrative events that associate with it. So it's unlocked earlier, and it's quicker to build. But if you are really slow, then, you know, you'll miss it. But you have every chance of getting it. Put it that way. Like if you miss it, then it's kind of on you a little bit. Pins. Oh yeah, pins are not in the game at the moment in some ways. So you can't at the moment put a pin in like that. Now, remember, base game Civ 6, there are no yield icons on it, right? It's just sort of putting a pin on. That's not to say that pins won't get added at some point. I can see them bringing pins in at some point, and if they don't, mods probably will. What I am saying is that when you look in the city of a Civ 7 settlement, and you put a building down, it works out all of the yields of all of the adjacencies and all the specialists for you and gives the true number, just like the yields are added up with the map tack mods that we use. So there are aspects of it that have been brought into the game, but pins themselves aren't in it. So yes. There's work to do on that, because I, as a creator, I really, really want to see pins as well. For me, pins are a very, very useful way for me as a streamer to explain to you all watching my videos what I'm doing. Like, I'm like, okay, look, this is my plan, right? I'm going boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna pop these tiles there, and then this one is like plains, and we're not gonna be able to put many terrace farms down, but on all the hills, we'll cut those out, and it's really helpful for me. So I certainly am hoping that gets added into the game pretty quickly, but we shall see. Have I tried it on Deity? I have. Yes, it's very, very good on Deity. Deity is incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. I am looking forward to seeing how people find it. There is no inherent advantage that the AI has at the beginning of the game anymore. So you don't see the AI starting with a bunch of builders and settlers and all that sort of stuff. They start from square one. They still have boosts, but it's a different pacing. It's like, when I use the Deity ++ mod, and I have it so there are no benefits at the beginning and stronger benefits as the game goes through. It feels more like that, put it that way. We shall see. But I like winning every game that makes it past turn 150. I'm the same. I love finishing games. Some people don't. It's weird. I find it crazy that some people just step away from games, but I am a bit of a completionist. What can I say? What can I say? Nice field yields on that rainforest. It's a shame you're never going to get to use it because the forest is going to keep burning forever. It won't burn forever. But I'm going to give it to like turn 120, then I'm going to stop burning it. But at the moment, we're just yielding everywhere we can. We are yielding the fruits of our burning labor, and it'll be good. And it'll be plentiful. Late game optimization. I've always been a fan of late game. I know I'm weird. I know that most people prefer early game to late game. I know that I've always been an outlier on that, but I maintain that it's very fun. As long as this rainforest is burning, it's not letting me finish this settler. It's really annoying. Yeah. They definitely, when I've been speaking to the developers about Deity, a lot of our feedback on what a good difficulty feels like on Civ has been taken on board. Now, whether or not the balance is going to be quite there or not, I don't know. Only time will tell. But it seems like it's got a good starting place. There's hope. There's a lot of hope, which is good. Thoughts on age length? I've been seeing previews suggesting the end too soon. Relative. It's relative, isn't it? Because, think about Civ 5 compared to Civ 6. Civ 5 would frequently go into turn 300 on standard speed before you'd win. Whereas on Civ 6, you can sometimes win by turn 200. So it's quicker. For me, I've been finding most ages end between turn 90 and 150. Depending on how well you're doing and which paths you're going for. So that can be anywhere from turn 270 to 450 when you end the game. The ages feel quick sometimes, but that's only a part of the game. So it's a different feeling. It's a different, flip. Which is interesting. I feel like Civ will always have the problem of being Eurocentric in its approach to victory conditions. I think Civ 7 is better than previous entries. Well, certainly you can't call the roster for this game Eurocentric. Well, I guess you could call the roster quite French-centric. There's a lot of French going on between two Napoleons, Lafayette, and Charlemagne. But, the French have got to have their moment. Oh, hey, Kyle. It's almost like the devs are in your streams listening to your and your community's feedback. Best devs ever, am I right? You know what? I think, now that you're here, Carl, and you're listening to some wonderful feedback about the game and what my community so correctly thinks is the right thing, they were telling me, I'm not putting words in their mouth, they were telling me that they really, really would love to see Civ 7 with the glorious nation of Byzantium, the true throne and holder of the crown of, Eastern Rome. As we all know, Byzantium was the glittering jewel of the modern age and should be, and we should have unique railways and unique railway guns. That's what I've heard. It wasn't me that said that. That was my audience. Just very politely saying that we should get that in the game. It's very kind of them. Oh no, hang on. We're going to be racing the fire here, aren't we? Can I make it? 1, 2, 3, 4, safe. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're fine. I think we're outrunning the fire. Ah, dear, oh dear. Oh, we can go for another hero. Let's see what's going. Moi. He's not really doing it for me. I'll wait. I'll wait for now. Oh, goodness me. Whoa, what's happened here? 5 Food 6 production. There's a lot of fire going on here. You would also love the University of Sankor and Petra. Petra's in the game. Petra's in the game. It doesn't give any food anymore. I know. Our poor Petra. What have they done to you? Puts Firestarter on another tab. I can't put that on the stream, but you know I'm just bopping in my head to Wicked Firestarter. Yes. Yes. Kill the 7 Barb Camp. I probably should, you know. That's good advice. Thank you very much. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go and kill that with my legally trash. That scout just takes my builder. Which one? Oh, this one. Oh, I accidentally saved it. Are there any busters, wonders as busted as Great Wall in Civ 5? Do you think the Great Wall was that good in Civ 5? I don't remember it being that good. Was that the one that stopped movement in your nation? I don't remember which one that one was. Are there any busted wonders? Yes, there are some very busted wonders. Very busted wonders in Civ 7. Or certainly ones that, as a player, I find fun. Oh, you see, here is Carl coming in to wade to New Petra's defense by saying that Petra doesn't have food because Desert already has food now. But Carl, what you're forgetting is that there can always be more food. More food. Just think, yes, Uluru with Petra is fun in Civ 7 as it is, but it could be more food. More. Maybe there should be a second wonder called Super Petra, where just all of our dreams are come true and everyone gets to enjoy Super Petra. But Carl is bringing up a good point, which is all terrain types are workable in Civ 7. So there is no such thing as terrain, and there is such thing as a bad start, but the starts are much more even because desert has its own yield, tundra has its own yield, plains, rainforest, it's all got its own different yields, so they're quite useful. Deserts you can settle in, you can put farms on deserts, you can put pastures on deserts, all of that still works, so it's good fun. Snow is useful. Snow is useful. It's true. You heard it here first. Snow is useful. Have I tried a max happiness build with India and Ashoka? Seems like you could possibly go very far over the city cap and still be happy. Watch this space. Watch this space. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Does a peel system work the same way it is in Civ 6? Okay, now this is a more nuanced question and I might need clarification on this from Carl. I believe a peel is in Civ 7 and I believe it does influence some of the inner mechanics of the game. However, it doesn't exist in the sense that each tile you can easily see the appeal. There's no abilities and pantheons and religions at the moment that work directly on it, so it's not as relevant a thing as it was in Civ 6. It's just I think I have seen it though, because I believe it does affect the happiness on some tiles. I might be wrong on that. I believe that you sometimes see happiness next to water and next to mountains and stuff like that. And again, I'm still learning, so I might have this mechanism wrong. It might just be that you have happiness on tiles that are next to some features like coasts and mountains. But I think the game is still working appeal out to an extent, and I believe that happiness might be it might be timed. Sorry, Carl, we're just talking about whether appeal still exists in Civ 7, and I was saying I believe the game still works it out, but currently as a mechanic it's not really used for more than possibly adding happiness to some tiles. But I might be wrong on that, because I know happiness is added on coasts and mountain or next to mountains in certain ages. And I didn't know if it was to do with appeal as well, or if it was just a coincidence that I'm used to seeing appeal in like a Civ 6 way next to freshwater. Okay, right, so appeal now adds happiness onto tiles. Okay, so it does still exist. I thought it did. I was like not confident at all, but I was going to say I was confident that it was in there. So yeah. I believe though there's no way of directly seeing it. There's no lens at the moment that I've seen that shows you what appeal is. So my guess is that it's probably a mechanic that is in the game, but maybe isn't revved up to its full height just yet. But maybe at some point. It's being saved. Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. There's supposed to be a Q&A where I answer all the questions, and it just turns out I've got an expert on stream who can just do it better than me. I apologize. What is he even doing? Why is Ursa even here? You quite legitimately would ask. And to that I would say, I don't know. Can we as a collective arrange to get Carl premium so he doesn't get ad breaks? Oh, you see that? That would be giving back, wouldn't it? Forcing YouTube premium upon Carl. But we need him to have the true Civ experience, you know? Watching it on YouTube where you get like... You get 101 ads every 7 minutes. Just like the rest of us plebs. People often joke about ads and like whether I put them in and my policy on them all. But the funny thing is that I watch a lot of YouTube in my own time. I have a lot of people I watch when I'm cooking and cleaning and going about Ursa daily life. And I have to watch all the same ads. I don't have YouTube Premium. I get just as annoyed. We're all in it together. It's an experience. Can I generate treasure fleets from imported resources? I think it'd be cool to set up a trade outpost in the distant lands and bring a whole bunch of inland resources to my ports. So, I believe at the moment, no. The only thing that generates treasure fleets is improving treasure resources in your own settlements on distant lands. You can import them because they have a separate ability. Like if you imagine either side of Leventa was a different continent. This is my homeland below in South America, and this is in North America, the distant lands. You can have resources like gold is a good example, where in distant lands it counts as a treasure resource, and in homelands it increases your purchasing power on buildings. So you can import resources from distant lands. I just think they have the effect of what they would have done if you'd improved them in your homelands. So you can still put them into your cities in the usual way. I think the only way to get treasure fleets is to improve them yourself. So think about it like monopolies and corporations mode. You can trade resources with people, but until you get it yourself, it don't count. That, I believe, is how we're going on that. Okay, so far we're on turn 86 and my population is 11. As a population challenge goes, this strategy is either going to work really well or really badly. At the moment, badly is winning. We'll do what we can. Is it physically impossible to get all of the milestones? It's just very difficult. It's just very difficult. There are two reasons why it's very difficult. Firstly, specializing your civilization so that you can get every single legacy path. It's tricky because it involves you doing a lot of different things at the same time. It is possible. The other difficulty is that when you complete a legacy path, you push the era forward, or the age progresses quicker. So the better you do, the faster you pull the age to a close. So actually getting all 4 before the age finishes is quite a logistically challenging thing. I've noticed that getting future tech or future civic can slam the age shut way quicker than I would be ready for it to be. So sometimes I have to actually say, oh no, I don't want the age to end this quickly. Can I just actually take a few turns to tech into some really silly things so that I can just hold the age a bit longer so I can finish my tree. It's all about timings. The age is such a defined point where you go, okay, the game moves on. Your wonders, your wars, your techs, everything needs to be timed so it doesn't finish too soon. Like if the age finishes and blocks you off, you lose the progress. So you do a lot of thinking trying to make sure this stuff sort of times correctly. I quite like it. It's another way of having to think about it. Interesting. But yes, to answer your question, it can be done. I think I have done 3, but I haven't really pushed it. So I haven't got all 4 in a single age just yet, but I know people who have. I know people who have done it. It is very possible. One More Turn made a video getting over Legacy Pass. There you go. Yeah, I thought someone had done it. So, and I'm sure it's possible. And I'm sure people are going to be racing each other to see how quickly we can break it and how quickly we can finish every path in an age. I look forward to seeing those sorts of runs because they're going to be really fun. Canada! Hello. Wanted to meet you. Look, my nation's burning down. Please help. Send help. Everything's burning. Would you like some iron? Yes, you would. Thank you. I'll take some gold. He's got nothing to sell. Yeah, Spiff inevitably will put a video out where he's like, oh, look, I actually managed to break Civ 7 so much that the whole world went back in time. Whoops. Now we're all living in a previous age. No doubt that's what he will do. Duh. How punishing is it to not settle on the first turn in Civ 7? No more or less punishing than Civ 6. If you can get a better start, then it's worth running around a little bit. But it's exactly the same, to be honest with you. I don't think it's any better or worse. It's less important for the yields of the tiles you work first. It's more the resources. The resources are why you would want to move. That's kind of like the main thing you would want to go for. Let's just go first. Nice. Canada seems a little bit too much to the south. Yeah, I think they've settled. Oh, they're making Machu Picchu as well. Lovely. Good for them. Good for them. Let's go for an apostle. We can improve our religion and also spread our religion in kind of one big go. Are there any other types of victories other than in Civ 6? So currently there are 5 victories in Civ 7. There is the science pathway, the culture pathway, the domination or military pathway, and the economic pathway. Those are the 4 main ones. There is a 5th pathway, which is kind of what I would call the score pathway. If the modern age ends too soon, I believe you can just trigger out a score victory. But those are the things. So it's kind of like, it's a bit like in Civ 6. You've kind of got the main ones and then the thing that happens if nothing else happens. So that's how it's set up at the moment. All right. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, I'm so out of practice. I meant to do the promotions because I've got Exodus up. So I had the charges to go and spread my religion around. Oh, you numpty. You numpty. Never mind. What are you going to do? Dear, oh dear. Let's just quickly get this. See if we can get handguns. Okay, well, we'll just... we'll just do this for now. What would help? Oh dear, I can't believe I did that. Script chest, which just spreads more. Or I'll go iterant preachers. I numptied it. I could go pilgrimage. Yeah, pilgrimage isn't too bad an idea for a little bit more faith, but it's only +8 more. It's really not a huge amount. I'm going to go iterant... No, not iterant preachers. I'm going to go for Holy Order because it's just cheaper to get our missionaries in. And I can just try and save my bacon a bit. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Oh, I think this heavy chariot might be dead. Goodbye. Not much I can do to help you. Oh, I never renamed this. Chat, you've been so lovely. Never renamed this. Is this alive? Is this alive? Is this live? There we go. Don't worry about the Amazon. It was always like this. It was always like this. No matter what people say. It's always been like this. Okay, so we've just built a stoop of that. Give ourselves some extra yield. Oh, my capital's finally got to 6 population. I really don't want to set a fire, but I must. I must set a fire. It's in our very nature to set more fires. Yes. Right, what else do I want? A Padana? Get some more builders. We didn't start the fire. Actually, you know what I am going to do? Maybe not have to put an actual missionary out. We're going to spread some holy site prayers. Oh, yeah, look, there you go. This one's actually spread already. We might be able to just do this. Because the population of Ursa has gone down. And let me just check for more donations. Oh, yeah. We had a membership come in. Here we go. Zoof. Thank you very much. Oh, minus 6.5 got... Don't worry about it. Canada can't get me out of a problem. I have just noticed that. I was literally about to say Canada will solve it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't worry about it. The fire will provide. The fire will provide all we will need, ever. Don't stress. It will be fine. Probably. Let's... Oh, I can't even get a commercial hub. Let's go for this. Civ 7 seems like its own economy is so much more universally stable with how towns function. So exciting. Yeah, your global economy is much more intrinsically important, which is quite cool. Because of the way that gold can only be used in towns, or towns can only have buildings if you put gold into them. It makes them really, really important. I was going to put a district down. Oh, man. I was going to put a district down because it was population 7 briefly. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, I can't believe I did that. And now we're on 5 pops. It's way too late. It's way too late. Oh, dear. That's not good. Never mind. Never mind. Ursa is just being Ursa. As per usual. We're not going to put too many fires up now. To be honest with you, this is kind of almost at the point where we're done. 1 pop per turn. I know everyone's getting 1 pop per turn at the moment. We're refusing to lose pop to the fire. They're growing back immediately. They're sprouting. Let's now put some extra traders across fun things. I'm getting extra food from my internal trade routes for every mountain in the in the what's the word? Origin city. So I've got 4 mountains in my capital. 3 mountains. So yeah, excellent. All these fires, it seems like you play England and we're in 1666 London. That is a niche reference and I love it. Great Fire of London. Well done. Well done. What's the guy with the book? Samuel Pepys? Why do I feel that I did a school performance about Samuel Pepys when I was about 7? Is that a typical UK thing to do? The Diary of Samuel Pepys? I feel like that's something I was inflicted upon when I was young. Let's get some commercial hubs. Buy a coast tower for Zoof to put a harbour down before the gold runs out. Yeah, but you realise that'll make the gold run out faster if I use the gold. I don't have the luxury to have that much gold to do that. I need to make more gold. More gold needs to just appear somehow. It's my aim. Okay. Okay. All the fires. How much faith do we need for our next one? We can just get the next one. I'm committing till turn 120. I think turn 120 is the way to go. I like turn 120. I think 120 is good. What we're going to end up doing is probably... Oh, there's no point putting an industrial zone there. It's going to be so far away from everything. If that is a harbour... Why don't harbours have adjacency from canals? I've never understood that. I feel like harbours should have adjacency from canals. That's always been, I feel it, an oversight. Do you not think? I don't know. Singing London's burning and around indefinite is definitely a UK here. Speaking of crises, any potential new ones you find exciting? There's a couple I like. There is a exploration age crisis where you get hit with the plague. And the plague starts spreading around to all your cities and you have to go around with soothsayers trying to... Well, not soothsayers, the quack doctors, you know, the ones with the medicine. Trying to put out the plagues. And there are some really cool crisis options you can get on that because... Effectively, what ends up happening is you can spawn migrant units by curing your cities with plague. So you end up generating population, even though your cities are being roasted by the plague. So it's very cool. It's a very interesting mechanic. I do like it. That's probably my favorite so far. It's probably my favorite so far. But there are lots to like. Okay, defensive tactics. Now we go to feudalism. We're going to start cutting this down. As soon as we can start cutting this down, we're going to chop this out as much as we can. That'll be really cool. You keep hearing soothsayers. I have this issue on Yogscar stream as well. Nice. I like it. I like it. You know what? Were you watching the Yogscar stream I did at Christmas? I feel like I saw you on that. But it was such a blur because I was being whirlwind confused by the Yogscast themselves, which is always very surreal. I watched them for years and years and years before I got into YouTube. So doing content with them, I still find very weird. You were there. Okay, I was going to say, I thought you were. I thought you were. Speaking of chopping, is there anything like that in Civ 7? Seemingly not. No, you don't chop resources or features in Civ 7. So if a tile has got forest on it, you improve it with the forest improvement. If you put an urban district down on top of it, it stays there. So no, you don't chop resources out anymore. Which is a big change. Is a big change. I don't think there's anything really like that. There are still certain great people, like Egyptian great people, that you can use to rush wonders. But, yeah, no. There's no chopping in that way. No planting woods either. Not that I have seen, no. I might have missed that, but I don't think there's anything like that. Oh, we're on 7 pop. We're on 7 pop. I think I might save for a hub. None of these options are good. None of these options are very good at all. I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to regret doing that. Commit to the bet. Why have you not converted, Zoof? Come on. Listen to the Zoof sayers. Yeah, we'll work the harbour. We're going to have to burn some population out before we can put it down, but that's fine. Force work tiles that don't burn, it doesn't make a difference. As long as it's in your territory, you burn with it. You burn with it. We've got this commercial hub that'll be finished soon. But yeah, gold is a genuine issue. I need to hope that I find people or that I generate some gold soon. This is a problem. This is a genuine problem. I might have to move my government around, but I obviously can't afford it. But, this could be a real issue. I've genuinely run out of gold. I can put plantations down thinking about it. There are some plantations we can put down that would generate some gold for me. Do I just go early? I said I was going to go to 120, but it's going to take no, I'm going to, What do you reckon, chat? One more soothsayer after this one, or do we save at turn 107 or whatever? We can put this one down as enough. I think we might have to bail slightly early, actually, in order to improve the gold tiles so we don't actually, lose our economy. That could be the thing. We'll see. Hanging Gardens done. That's good. We've still got one more charge. So Rainforest takes 8 turns to regrow. I did my last ones at 115. Interesting. So, oh yes, okay, another one would... Yeah, no, this is the last one. This is the last one. Yeah. I'm calling it. The last one. So we'll get some builders and we'll get some plantations. That will help. And now we can get the harbour as well. Which also will help. We've got one more charge to use. By the way, have you seen the Switch 2 news? It looks like the Switch controllers may have mouse functionality, which would make Civ 7 nearly the same as the PC experience. I am slightly behind on news, to be absolutely honest with you. I know that the Civ... I know that Switch 2 has been announced. I've seen the trailer, but I know no details on it whatsoever. I feel like I'm a little bit behind on that, so I couldn't tell you whether or not that's going to actually affect it. But I think it's gonna be on Switch, right? I'm pretty sure. Have they said that? I feel like it's gonna be on Switch too. Civ 7. I'm looking forward to it. I have a Switch, and I think it's brilliant. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite electronic devices ever. It's brilliant. It's really cool. Come on, Canada, get some gold, please, please. I need you. I need you. It was announced for Switch 1 and Switch 2 is backwards compatible, so it should be. Okay, right, fine. That's what I was thinking, man. Cool, 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 cool. Is there an optimal settling tile like in Civ 6 being on a plains hill? Hopefully not. It feels a bit arbitrary. I don't know if there is an optimal. After a little while, I'm sure there will be a meta tile to pick because people like creating meta tiles. I think for me personally, at the beginning of the game, I like settling near cotton because in Civ 7, cotton gives food and production as a resource. So you can really turbocharge your settlements very quickly. And I think settling next to camels later in the game is really, really good because it lets a settlement have lots and lots and lots of resources. And I think gold and silver are really important because they just help your general economy. So, yeah, there are definite resources that seem to be really good. Whether or not there's like a meta, I'm not sure about. Oh goodness, this is not good. This is not good. Please finish fast. Where am I losing my gold? -5 from units. Oh, I'm so sorry, Heavy Chariot. That's one gold. That saved me 1 turn. That has saved me 1 turn. And can we just for a second force work that tile? Thank you. Let's just do that for a sec. This gold situation's getting terrible. How did this happen? Why does this always happen to good people? I could build the harbour. I'm going to build the harbour out there. It might get killed by a barbed galley, but I mean, honestly. Focus golden cities. There is nothing to work. I have no gold tiles anywhere. There's nothing. This is a plantation that's giving me a little bit of gold. I've got a little bit of gold from this mine. But there's nothing. There's nothing I can do. Ugh. Never mind. Do vampires have a maintenance? Don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I think we can survive this. If we just hang in there for a bit, we should be all right. Maybe. Okay. Oh, finishing buildings isn't going to help though. Come on. Come on, follow the religion. Burn down the population, Zoof. Lose your pop. Embrace my religion, please. It's a great religion. The best people follow it. I promise you. I don't mind if I go Dark Age here, by the way. This is not a bad thing for me at all. Boat. Yeah, there's a boat here. I need to finish the harbour so that I can get the gold and then actually have the space to build a galley. Because at the moment I can't actually get a galley to even get out onto that coast. That's the hilarious thing. Now we can go for Canavassaries to get 2 extra gold. That'll give me to 73. This is not good. I'm going to have to do this, which is painful. 2. Oh, we've got 4 turns. 4 turns left. Eek. Place the harbour and I have no pop. Like I can't get the towel. I can't get the towel. I don't have the gold. I've got 7 gold. There's no option. I'll be hedge. We're all dying here. Everyone's on fire. Don't panic, but we're all on fire and no one's happy about it. Like nobody is happy about it. I thought at least one person would be happy about being on fire, but no. No. No one's happy. Which is a shame. What happens if you go bankrupt in this game? So I will start taking a massive amenity hit. And that will decimate all of the yields in all of my cities, which will lose me more gold, which makes the problem worse. And then you get into this sort of death spiral where nothing you ever do will ever make sense. Actually, the soothsayer is costing me, right? So if I can just use this last charge, that will help. Everything is on fire because I keep setting it on fire. This is the population challenge. I'm only on 18 pop. But don't worry. Like a phoenix, we will rise again. Probably. Probably. Maybe. Maybe we will all rise again. I can't guarantee it. Bam. Gold. 3 gold per turn. Look. We did a thing. Okay. We're on... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Why did we restart? We restarted because I forgot to put the game modes on. And chat were very lovely and let me restart. Okay. 10 population, you say? Oh, interesting. 10 population. What are we going to do? What are we going to do with you? What's going to work really well? An entertainment complex might be really handy, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I kind of need it a bit further away. An encampment, maybe? For the production, a campus. At this point, I think the Balrog of the Rainforest is going to rise up to strike me down. It wouldn't dare. Campus. Let's pop that down. Now I can set fire. To the rain. Adele style. You know what? I think I will start improving the rainforest. As long as my builder doesn't get evaporated, I think we're all good. Come on, Canada, get some gold. Oh, I knew it. I knew the galley would appear before I could. Never mind. Oh, no, we've gone to a normal age. Oh, damn. Never mind. We can at least get vampire castles, which is going to be big news because vampire castles is going to massively increase the speed of my capital growth. So that is looking really good. Let's pop this down for a tiny bit of extra gold for a bit. I want to chop this one out eventually, but I can't just yet. Get the stupa. Now we can go for Hercules. Move you out of the way. Go. Oop. How do you still not have the religion? What is wrong? Ugh. Fine. Tham Castle on the Desert Hills tile on the very north. This one is an exceptional tile. I 100% agree with you. Yeah. Totally. The others are just going to get put randomly in the rainforest. Okay, now we go for 3 inquiry. So we've used this, so now we're focusing just purely... Oh, thanks, Johnny. Appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. So I'm going to now focus on population. Population is now king. Now we try and fight Discord, which is always tough because Discord is incredibly talented and capable. And I'm not. City centre buildings. No. No. Holy site buildings. And then we'll go duplicates of silver. And hope that goes through. No ivory. 100% towards holy site. Okay, cool. We can put the temples and things in now really quickly. That's awesome. And the stupas. And just build them. Excellent news. Let's get the walls up, and then we'll get an archer first, then walls, and we can start shooting this now. Is there anyone other civ? No, I've just done a terrible job exploring. The blame is on me for that one. I haven't explored yet. Nowhere near as much as I should. Okay, we need that coastal tile so I can put the harbour down. Let's also move you to here. I can cut that tile down. That'd be cool. Bam. Oh, I love these things. These terrace farms are amazing. Look at the score. I know the score's not good. So currently 231, but I've only got 22 population. Which is, as these challenges go, is pretty poor. Right, so we're just waiting for this fire to come through and then Hercules can finish this city off. There's a drought here now, so I can't even improve the tile I was going to improve. Never mind. Does religion play a role in the modern age? It's a difficult one to be sure of. We can't talk about the modern age too much. But I can say religion is very much focused as a exploration mechanic. It does have legacies as you roll over. So it doesn't completely go away, but it does lose the sort of focus of it. So it's not as important. Every age effectively has its own mechanics that that you have to play by effectively. Can I just say, how cool does this look? Look at that. So it's still around. It is still around, but it's just not as like fundamentally important. Put that aqueduct down there. We need to unlock the aqueduct, thinking about it, but it's okay. 95 gold. Do that one. Yeah, the Hanging Gardens are just chilling. I'm just thinking, this is just a normal day. It's just a normal day for Ursa. There we go. My religion's spread properly now. Good. Seems like they are doing a great job adding things to Civ 7 so that they can expand upon more later if they would so choose. To be honest with you, I've had that opinion about most Civ games. Like I've don't remember the last time I saw one and I was like, oh man, this couldn't be expanded on. And there's always been new stuff added in. Like, I remember when governors were added in on Rise and Fall on Civ 6, and I was like, wow, that's just such a naturally cool addition. Like, I can exactly see why that was put into the game. That's a cool thing. Right, go away, Faz. Go away. We're almost ready. We're almost ready to seize the means of these tiles. Have I done any multiplayer games yet with any of the creators? So we can't talk too much about multiplayer at the moment, but I think I mentioned this earlier on the stream, but I can say that I have played a multiplayer game with one of the game devs, and Potato was there as well, which was really cool. It was just an off-camera thing, just as we got shown around the multiplayer system a little bit, showing how it all worked. Very, very fun, very exciting. Spawned next to Potato. Chaos ensued, as you may expect. As you would expect. But, yeah, no, it was really good. I look forward to being able to show more. But multiplayer is a cool thing, because multiplayer, obviously, there is a dev stream on it on the 30th. So they're going to be going and playing a multiplayer game on stream, I believe, and speaking about it, and speaking about the game post-release, and all of those plans. So once, it's not long before a lot of information on those topics will be revealed, I believe. So just have faith. Have as much faith as this rainforest does, knowing that one day maybe it will regrow. Maybe. Did I play any Han or Ming China? In the game, I played random. But I have played both of those Chinas, yes, and they are a lot of fun, because just like you would hope, there are great walls of China that you can build in lines, and they look very satisfying to paint the map with. They're a lot of fun, so it's a lot to like there. That was a good game. Thank you. I'm not giving Canada gold. I don't want to give Canada gold. Canada's losing 7 per turn and he's throttling himself, so it's quite funny. Can I do duplicate civs with different leaders? I mean, again, multiplayer, I can't really talk about too much. In single player, I don't think you can... I haven't seen an option just yet to be able to play the same civs as somebody else. But it's because the AI picks someone different from you. So it won't pick who you are, if you see what I mean. Like, you pick first, so you get priority. So, not that I've seen, but I honestly don't quite know the answer to that question. So I hold that with a little bit of like salt. Am I chopping the rainforest? Oh, I will be. I will be chopping that rainforest eventually. Just you wait. The moment, no, I'm just... Okay, no, that's the end of the fire. I was like, don't start another fire. Now, the moment we're just enjoying what we got. And... now we're going to get some gold. Yes. Yes, yields. Yields. No Chichen Itza. I might build Chichen Itza, but at the same time, everything must burn. And everything must chop. I don't want it burning again. That's the thing. This is a population challenge. If I have to watch this all burn, I will be disappointed. I'm going to have to... we're going to have to think about where we're going to put neighborhoods is another thing as well. We want as much housing as possible. Oh yeah, vamp castles. We haven't put any of those down yet, have we? I need a governor title. Once we've got monarchy, we'll get that. Or a government plaza. One of the two. One of the two. Can you set everyone to Babylon? You can in Civ 6. I've had some good streams with that. It's been a lot of fun. Actually, hang on. I want more preserves. We need the gold to buy these tiles. How much is this tile? 100 gold. Come on. Canada. Okay, I need to go and explore some places now. This is getting silly. This is getting silly. We're going to have to build more galleys and actually explore because this is ridiculous. Do my army commanders last across ages? Yes, they do. They do. So if you level up an army commander a lot in one age, you get to carry it forward to another, which is very handy indeed. Very handy indeed. It is very much a sought after tactic. Very much a tactic that people use. So the idea being you go for a lot of battle in antiquity, you level your commander up massively, you take it through to exploration, and hey presto, you start with like a walking assault troop. These mountain tiles are so inferior compared to my ridiculous rainforest. Look at this. Still getting one population every turn. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. I can't quite build the harbour yet, but we're waiting. We're waiting patiently. Let's get the government plaza hit. I don't really care where it's built as long as it's built. It's the main thing. Because I want my vampire to be able to start putting down vampire castles. It's the main thing. Is early warring as viable as in Civ 6 or is it like Civ 5? So it is and it isn't. It is absolutely viable. And I have done it. And it's a lot of fun. But it is a lot more restricted because the settlement cap in antiquity is quite rigid. It is quite firmly capped. So you can only go so wide in antiquity. So warfare in antiquity is a little bit more restrained to, like, here is a specific target of a war that you want to go through. And, like, I'm going to go and try and get that little war. Do you see what I mean? Like, you have very specific targets in antiquity. Like, I need 2 or 3 settlements, and then I'll claim it. As the game gets later, war becomes more and more viable because war is more and more allowable via the powers that be of a settlement cap and tech and planes and things that just make it a lot easier. So a bit of a yes, bit of a no answer for you that. I know, isn't it good? This is yield. This is yield as we know and love it. Imagine if this had been done in the Civ Give. Van Bradley wouldn't have been able to stop himself. Alright. Maybe do that. I need more galleys. We'll pop that in next. Head this way. It's Galapagos. We need to go meet people now. If I can meet Japan and other people. I know this fire is out of control. It really is. But I'm going to start cutting down some rainforest here because I really do want to stop it from, like, killing me too badly. The yields are still insane. I only take 1 food off the tile. But I don't want it burning down again. So we're gonna start chopping. So then I started chopping. Alright, let's now go for audience chamber. Continue moving up that. Oh, actually, Sanguine Pact. There we go. New vampire, you head over here. So actually, where do I want you to go? Any of these tiles would do, to be fair, wouldn't they? That's not, like, let's put one there, maybe. I don't want it in my capital. But that's surrounded by loads of good tiles, so let's go there. Do I miss chops in Civ 7? It's very different. Yeah, it's weird not having chops because they've always been associated for like the longest time with good play. Do you know what I mean? Like, your chops are how you play really well. Builders and chops. So now that builders and chops are gone, it's not that the game is worse. It's just very different. It's a very different feeling. And it takes some getting used to. Not worse. Definitely not worse. Just very different. A 66 food and production. It's not quite a 66, but yeah, like one castle's gonna be pretty giga on this. It's gonna be pretty nonsense. Happiness is gonna be a real issue as well. In fact, speaking of, I need a tile that's gonna be surrounded by everyone. City overlap. Any of these. So I could chop this one up. Yep. Let's do that. I need to put the settler card in at some point, but still. I know. Don't mess around with Ursa in his population challenge. He will find a way to break the game. I will. I'll promise you that. Okay, I don't need Hercules to rush this. That's just happening. So we'll rush some other stuff. Let's get the aqueduct done. That'll help. Oh, so many galleys. Why? Any more Civ 7 questions? Let me know. I'll answer what I can. Did I just push 2 through? I think I might have just done 2 turns of maximum. Whoops. Burn the Amazon a few more times and comets will say hi. I don't want comets. Comets aren't real. Do you think future updates will have a similar feature similar to the wide and tall mod where you install puppet government so you can conquer and not ruin your settlement limit? Oh. There were a lot of things that I like about wide and tall. A lot of things that I could see them bringing into the game. Yes. Whether or not it's that or not, I'm not sure. But I could certainly see something like that being put into the game. But I think it's also as likely that we might see the return of some sort of national wonder that Civ 5 had. So if you finish all of the buildings in a particular district, finish all the buildings in your settlements, you can build like the better one. So like the National Library or the National Monument sort of thing. I could see them bringing up something like that, potentially, with the way that they have cities. Like, if every city has a building, you can build a thing. Whether or not that'll be how it's worked, I don't know. But I could potentially see them doing that. We'll see. I'm glad I discovered your channel. Been loving your Civ 7 playthrough. When will we get the modern age part? Soon. Soon. When the time is right. When the moon is full and everyone is ready. Don't go... I'm just being silly. Don't actually look when the moon is full. That's not a hint. Just caveat that now. Oh dear. That's... I think a monumentality into the next stage is going to be really good. Do I think wonders are weaker in Civ 7? I think a lot of them are weaker. I think a lot of them don't appear to have much benefit. But maybe that's a bit harsh. I think I just haven't quite found the synergies for all of them yet. If that makes sense. I'm still trying to get my head around a lot of the correct super plays for certain bits and pieces. So I'm holding out on that one at the moment. I don't think they're necessarily worse. I think it's just I haven't quite got my head around the where every wonder would be. And I think this is one of the things, right? Like, I don't know all of the wonder abilities by heart. I don't know any of the synergies by heart. I'm still learning. When you all pick up the game, you are not going to be that much far behind me. That is the reality of it. I'm not going to be that much further ahead. So it'll be interesting watching other people pick stuff up, because there will be a lot to pick up. Let's go for intelligence agency for more spies. What are people saying now? Will the TSL maps be there, and will they be bigger? So far, there are no TSL maps in the game. I would say, again, this is an educated guess with no evidence to back me up on this whatsoever. I would say never to a TSL map, because at the end of the day, Civ is a map painter game with real-world civilizations, so at some point people are going to want a TSL map. So I think that will happen at some point. But right now, there is no TSL map. But I wouldn't say it's a never say never thing. And I could also see one of the first thing that modders will probably do is bring in a TSL map. Because they're just so good. They're just so much fun. They're a lot of fun. You thought Civ 6 wonders were weak besides a few? I don't know. I think, as I say, the big difference is I just don't think I've quite got the Civ 7 abilities down just yet. So I think sometimes things seem weak when you just don't get them. And definitely there's a risk that I'm just not quite getting everything that I should just yet. So that's the big caveat to that one. TSL maps in Civ have historically suffered from empty continents. Civ 7 will not have this problem. No, they've been very good at spreading around a lot more. There's certainly a lot of places and options that you could take it. So, yeah. Actually, does this city want the water park? I'm just thinking about this. I might actually water park it for extra happiness. And we'll go for... Yeah, this is the sort of thing we need. So we'll... This town... You're the only city that can do it, Zoof. So... Pop it down here. We've got to put the vampire castle down first, actually, thinking about it. Let's go and chop you out. Must we have a vampire? Oh, you're almost there. Do we actually have a vampire name? Let me check the donations. I think we're up to date, aren't we? Oh, no. Johnny, of course, upgraded whilst we were watching this. Okay, well, there you go. Yes. Nope. Yes. Current Australia will be empty, but Australia or Maori is, in my honest opinion, a given in future DLCs. I think Coupe was such a success. I think, honestly, there's so much to learn from Coupe and the mechanics of Coupe and how Coupe worked and what people really enjoyed and didn't enjoy about Coupe. There's so much to learn from that. I think Coupe was one of the bigger successes of Civ. I think he was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Coupe is great, it's true. So 6 months ago in your Sid Meier difficulty video, you said you were very adaptable to games. Have you / would you play Stellaris? I have played Stellaris a lot. I love Stellaris. Stellaris is so good. It is a lot of fun. However, big caveat, I'm terrible at it. I'm useless at it. It doesn't matter how much I play it. I'm rubbish at it. And I'm rubbish at most Paradox games. I thought for a long time whether or not I'd be a Paradox channel. Like, I was very, very tempted for a long time to be a Paradox Games channel. And I just have never honestly been good enough to ever pull it off. That is the honest truth. Has Firaxis acknowledged the nearly unanimous opinion of fans that the UI stinks? I know people are split over Civ switching, etc., but no one seems to like the UI. I think certainly a lot of the bits and pieces with the UI that we have brought up have been acknowledged, will probably be looked at some point. I do think a lot of what you're seeing in the UI will probably end up staying in terms of the overall theme and coloring. But yes, I do believe that if people keep asking nicely and keep constructively pushing for certain bits to change, I could not see them neglecting that forever, because there are bits of the UI which are very challenging to look at. The thing that I find the most difficult is clicking buttons in the social policies menus and in the attributes menus. There's a sort of see-through grey and white colouring, and then when you click a button to say I've got this, it doesn't change colour at all. It just has like a tiny tick in the top. And I would love it if it responded to the mouse being over it by lighting up a bit. And I'd love it if it changed colour if once you've selected it, it had been done. There's a lot of stuff like that which I think could be improved upon. You ready for this, by the way? This is going to be a big one. Oh, tasty. I think the numbers below the city banner and health bars of cities feel very programmer UI. Yeah, possibly. And we could see stuff like that change. Like, that's a very easy change to make. That is not something that would take them long to do at all. So, like, that sort of stuff is I'm not worried about. Like, that'll change at some point. Otto rightly pointed out how silly it is for the rest/heal unit function to be hidden in a sub-menu. Yeah, I see that both ways. Personally, I think that keeping things in sub-menus like that is really annoying. However, I also acknowledge that I play Civ like somebody who plays on Deity and is very good at the game. If you are new and if you're playing Civ at a much more easy difficulty, some buttons just aren't as needed as others. So I can see why they want to keep the UI as simple as possible at the beginning in order to, simplify it a little bit. But, so I don't know. I don't know whether unhiding it is the play there. But personally, I would like it out, yeah. The thing that I would love to see with all of the buttons at the bottom is I would love to see a little bit of colouring on them to give a vague sense of what they're for. Like, if it's an aggressive action, make it red. If it's a defensive action, make it blue. If it's a movement thing, make it yellow. If it's to do with your commanders, make it green. You know, something like that. Just that you can easily see, like, oh, this is the vague sense of what's going on. But then, I like a colourful UI. I've always been a sort of person that says that if, the question is which colour should we put in, the answer is always yes. That's always been my my stance on stuff like that. And so I'm not a sensible person to ask. That is the reality of the situation. So I know I'm not usual or normal on that one. Oh, it pains me to get rid of the tile like that, but an entertainment complex that hits everyone is going to be very much for the best. So we've got one vampire castle down. We've almost got the other one ready to go. But you can see the Nickman's already up to 170 food and 145 production. This is now a case of making sure we keep enough food and happiness, because that's what we're missing at the moment. And to do that, we really should start to explore the world, because then I can find people and trade with them. It's becoming more and more important that I do that now. Petra +8 food in capital. 1, 2, 3. It would technically only be 6 extra. I don't know. This tile I think is too good for a district. I think we're going to put that down as a district for now, because my thought on that was to go Colossus and then Theatre Square. Like so. We just have a bit more culture. No Petra works on... What? What are you talking about? Oh, in Zoof. What are you working about? I don't know. I don't understand. Sorry. You lost me. You lost me. What are we going to do? So... If we go... I'm very tempted to put down the Jungle Wonder. Chicken Pizza. Chichen Itza. It's a very good wonder. Where do I unlock it again? I totally forgot where I unlock it. This is how rarely I build it. Where is Chichen Itza? No, that's Hui. Where is it? Guilds. Oh, I'm working it. I'm actually physically working it. Alright, okay. Okay. Oh dear. That's how rarely I build that wonder. For better or worse. Alright, that's how rarely I build that wonder. So we got Victor going. Let's go for now Moksha. And we'll put you in. Is this live? And then we'll go for another governor in a second. Because every governor gives us food and housing in the cities we plump them in. Which is lovely. Oh, have you got gold now? Oh, Canada's actually got gold now. Yes, have some stuff. Don't you want stuff? And things? Yes. Actual stuff. I have like 5,000 hours in Civ, and I still don't understand exactly how / when vampire castles recalculate yields. They only ever recalculate yields if you tell them to, aka you re-put them up. That is the only situation. Improving and removing tiles around them does nothing. The only time is when you put a new one down, or you have to fix it because it was pillaged. So you have to physically meddle with it. Okay. Entertainment complex is done. Now we go for the arena. Yeah. Civ 7 questions. Fire away. Fire away, Fuddy Line. Absolutely. It's the whole fun of this stream. Answer as many questions as we can whilst we do the Discord challenge, 20,000 member Discord challenge. Come one, come all. Take on old Ursakins. See what you can do. Can you stand up to the ferocious might of Ursa? Probably. Probably, yes. So I can use the charge of the vampire there to cut out for 3, because it will recalculate in a second. Yeah, water pen. I knew I was going to do that. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hang on. Right. Maybe we can sort this out. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it went tile away. I can't save it with the water park. Oh. Oh, Ursa, you numpty. You numpty. All right. So my capital is always going to be too far away from the sea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my goodness. What have I done? The pain. Oh dear. Let's hope we just don't unlock it by that point. Honestly. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Are policy slots as important in Civ 6? As in Civ 6. I saw that you can customize your leader to have 1 extra policy slot. Yes, there are ways of getting them. You can have a lot. I think the most I've ever seen in a game of Civ 7 was like 14 or 15 policy slots. They are very, very difficult to get early, and they are very, very easy to get later. So your government gets more complicated as the game goes on. So, kind of a bit of yes, bit of no. Sorry, Rainforest. Oh, no one likes this. No one likes seeing me chop down a rainforest. But if it burns again, I lose all my pop, and that's bad. That's bad. So we can't have that. Can I put a terrace farm down on volcanic terrain? Yes, I can. Okay. So that can go there. Good to know. 330 food per turn. Yeah. We got a lot of growth going on right now. We're kind of happy with this. I want to leave as many of these tiles blank for as long as I can. I think a lot of neighborhoods have to go down. How long until we unlock neighborhoods? Quite a bit. We need more culture. Culture is the thing I need to focus on here. Quite a lot of writers have been put out. What pop are we shooting for in the cities? As many as we can get, really. I haven't practiced this, so. Did I see the video from Paisley Trees about the actual history of the New Surf 7 Wonders? It was so interesting. I have not seen it, and that is my bad because I intended to. I actually added that video to my list to look at, and then have just realized, Anderson's good, that I have not watched it yet. So that is on me. I do intend to. Paisley Trees makes some really cool stuff, and I am a bit of a history geek, so there's a lot there that I would quite like. Actually, I'm going to move you about. Will you get the build charge back? You should get the builder charge back, legally trash. Come on. Think about it. So I intend to. Is Biosphere worth it? Biosphere's always worth it. I just might not get there in time. It's the big question about this game. Right. Kind of want the accurate. I'm just waiting to put that vampire castle down before I do anything too extravagant in that city. And boom. There you go. Am I going to make a new tier list for Civ 7? No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. I will make another tier list at some point. I like tier lists. I think actually Theatre Square probably works better there because it's slightly higher now that I've ruined this area. Colosseum. Colosseum's worth it, isn't it? Even if I lose a tile. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. So I'm only going to have so many tiles working in my capital, but the vampire castles make up for that. That's fine. Are there any Civ 7 leaders for whom you love one of their personas, but dislike the other? Ooh, interesting question. Well, Napoleon's only the proper example, really. I think... Yeah, Napoleon's a slightly weird one, because one of his personas is very war-y, and one is absolutely not at all. So I love the Continental System one because I think it's an absolute joke. To embargo everyone in the game and get loads of gold from annoying people is really, really funny. I like that one just for the jokes, if nothing else. But I think in terms of like the other one, the military one, the extra movement is good, but then there's a lack of combat strength there, which I think is a shame for Napoleon. Xerxes as well, yeah, absolutely. So Xerxes is, I think both of those look good, actually, to be fair. Xerxes looks pretty strong. I haven't played with Xerxes yet, and I keep meaning to because he looks really good. Really good. So we need to work on that. I need to sort that out. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Xerxes is a menace. And this is Sparta. We should remember. Aha! Right. This is good. Although, do I save for the campus giving a little bit of extra happiness? No. That's wonderful news. I've put the harbour in the wrong place there, but if the harbour's there, it's also in the wrong place. I can't put mausoleum down. Oh, do I put a rubbish? Or I could put it over here. I quite like mausoleum. Mausoleum's fun. want to put the canal there. Yeah, rubbish harbour. Rubbish harbour, sacrifice mausoleum. I think that's going to be the way. But we'll work on that. Where's mausoleum? There you go. Do I have more fun in Civ 7 or Civ 6? At the moment, I'm having a lot more fun in Civ 7 because it's very new. It's new and squeaky and clean. And I have no idea what I'm doing half the time. So there's a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun that I'm having. Actually, you know what? I might as well just use Hercules over here. I'll put Mausoleum down over here. That's fine. Am I going to pillage for tiles? Are you able to pillage tiles in Civ 7? Yes, you are. You can pillage tiles in Civ 7. You absolutely can. Which is really, really useful. The yields are nowhere near as high. That is the only thing. The yields are nowhere near as high as in Civ 6. So I've yet to find like a really, really good strategy for that. I'm sure they exist. But at the moment, it doesn't appear to be like anywhere near as strong. Certainly, I think they saw a lot of what we were doing with our rushing of like that sort of yield, and they went, you didn't need to be doing that. Right. How does Civ 7 perform in terms of computing power / graphics? Well, the turn rollover is crazy. Now, okay, I have to be careful with my answer because I appreciate through the generosity of you all, you lovely people who help me to fundraise for my new PC. I have a monster PC. My PC is an absolute beast. So it is not typical of a regular PC. That said, my PC runs Civ 7 quicker than it runs Civ 6. The turn rollovers are quicker and the game runs faster with Civ 7. I believe it is more optimized. And I am running it on max graphics. There is not a setting I have not got on full. So, and I'm also, it's worth bearing in mind as well, I also record on 2K on the same PC whilst I'm also filming, so. I have not seen any issues with it so far whatsoever. Now, that is not to say that my experience will be typical or relatable for everyone. So always have a large dose of skepticism over anything like this. But the initial signs seem good. The initial signs seem very, very good. To me, anyway. To old Ursa. Right, here we go. Bam! Bam. Bam. There we go. My PC is a beast. It is a beast. It's true. I can't lie. So I have to be careful with comparisons because, like, not everyone is going to be in my position. Pacha! Like Kuti. But I haven't had any issues so far. It's been a ride. It's been good. It's been fun. I've had a lot of success with that. Hang on. Thank you. I need to get out there. Have I tried the Inca so far? I have not. No, I haven't. There's so much to try though. I've only got about 100 hours. It's not anywhere near the amount you would need to have good coverage on everything. So I'm nowhere near. Colosseum! That is 2 extra amenities in every single of my cities. And now we've got the dam available, which can't be put down, but there's cartography. We're about to get the boost for that with another harbour in a second. All looking good. You just dropped down that. Thank you. How much computer memory do you have in your beast? Memory is... Oh, that's a good question. I think I've got... Oh, man. Hang on, let me check. I don't know. Let me just pull this up. I don't remember. Okay, I have... What have I got? 64 gigs. Yeah, I've got two 32s in here at the moment. But I focused more on fast speed. So I've got like the really, really rapid ones rather than the big capacity. Because I could have got 2 48s to go to 96. Or I could have gone for 4 cards. But I was advised to stick with like speed of like response over everything else. So yeah, I know a little bit about PCs, but I don't know anywhere near enough to hold a confident conversation. So treat me with care. Okay. So look at this. We've gone above 100 culture, which is a good sign. Now we're just beelining through as quick as we can to urbanization now. That's the main thing. Have an alliance. There you go. Now, great artist, which I shall save up for. We need a bit of faith, but we can do that. I can run some projects to help with that one. Great people, we should do a merchant. I could probably do if I ran some projects. There's some stuff we can do to boost this. This is good. Fun. Yes, 96 would be overkill. That's what I was told. It was slower RAM. Even though it was more, it was slower. So I was told it wasn't necessarily better. Because I was just like, big number better, surely. And they were like, no, not necessarily. Be careful with big number. Big numbers sometimes lie. And I'm like, really? Actually, you know what? My capital, I'm just going to beeline the culture here. I think it's better to get rid of some of these tiles and just go for some really high culture. I think it's worth it. Do I still have access to Civ 7 between now and launch to pre-record content? Yes, that is what I've been doing. People have been asking whether or not like everything is okay. Am I fine? Where have I gone? Sorry, I've been catching my channel supporters up. I realize I haven't put as many public notices out as maybe I should have done. But yeah, everything's fine. I am just learning Civ 7 like an absolute madhouse prawn. I'm going at full speed. I've been learning deity. I've been learning strategies, and I've been filming content. So the plan is when everyone is able to start broadcasting content. Yeah, when everyone can still broadcast content, I will be ready. I'll be ready to go. And I'll be able to, you know, start uploading very, very regularly. That's the hope anyway. Okay, these 50 square projects are going to go through now. Bam. So I'm looking forward to it. A Madhouse Prawn. Yeah, I haven't really gotten a sense of what it is either. That was one of those things where my mouth started making movements and I was just like, you were right in there? And it's like, yeah, I got this. Just continue talking. It'll be fine. And I was thinking, really? Doesn't sound fine. Sounds like you're losing it. Sounds like this is nonsense. It's like, it's fine. It's fine. Alright. Harbour. I know it's a low gold yield, but that's not the important bit. The important bit is the booster cartography and the fact that we can now start building Mausoleum. Mausoleum. Van Bradley said on Reddit that he can upload another hour of footage. Is that true for you too? Another hour? Really? Another hour? That's the first I'm hearing about it. Oh man. I have to check that out. Another hour? I don't know, is the truth. The arrangements are a little complicated. As a launch of this size, you would expect it to be. So I don't know in truth, but yeah. Daily rituals are my daily ritual. Sorry, the daily videos are my daily ritual by now. I need them back. So excited for 7. They will be back. I haven't turned away from them. I'm just like, imagine me. I'm currently in my upper mountain in a monastery preparing phase. Like, that's kind of where we are right now. That's what we're up to. I'm just sort of chilling, meditating, preparing for the final battle. That's sort of what's going on. I'm going to just use the last charge, knowing that I'm going to get another one. So, yeah, not efficient. Not the most efficient thing to do there, but it's fun. Put that, boost that. And we can start getting some culture here now to rush through with Anansi. Will I still play Civ 6 occasionally after Civ 7 comes out? To be honest, I'm going to be very much led by the algorithm and by you lot. My feeling is that not many people are going to want to watch Civ 6. I'm not going to turn away from it like on principle. I'm not running away from it or anything. But it's interesting. I've played Civ 5 on the channel a few times. And generally speaking, people aren't fussed. So whether or not interest in 6 holds, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure what people are going to want to watch, but ultimately, at the end of the day, some YouTubers approach this job as kind of like, I guess, I do what I want to do. Like all I'm going to do is what I want to do. I am a YouTuber that goes on just if I'm enjoying it, great. If I'm not enjoying it, I don't bother, and that's brilliant. Some people can do that. For me, I am very much led by the algorithm. And the algorithm essentially is you lot. If I put a video out and you watch it, then chances are I can put another video out like that. If I put a video out and no one watches it, chances are I can't do that again, because ultimately I need the money to live. So if the wind goes in the direction that I think it will, which is everyone will be more interested in Civ 7 than Civ 6, you can expect a lot more Civ 7 content. If everyone abandons Civ 7 and only people want to watch Civ 6, then I guess I'll do another 8 years of Civ 6. But so I'm saying I'm a sellout. I guess in some ways, yes, that is the unfortunate truth of it. I think there probably will at some point be a glorious day, a wonderful day where I am able to just do whatever the hell I want. But right now, I have to kind of do what works best for the channel, because ultimately you kind of take a bit of a sacrifice and a bit of a, well, every choice you make has like ups and downs, right? And the best bit about what I do is that I was able to say like, okay, right, I'm going to start a business with my wife and we're going to play YouTube for a living, and that's what we're going to do. That's our job. And that for me is worth way more than the choice of game I play. And I think it's maybe my background, because I started in a job I hated and did that for 9-10 years. Like, I was an office worker. I did the worst job. I really disliked it, and I managed to power through. So I look at this as like, it's a bit of a blessing, and there's nothing about this like that is worse than what I used to do. Does that make sense? Like, I can easily play a game that I don't want to play. That's not an issue for me. Like, I can easily play a game because it's so much better than the alternative. And the alternative is what I used to have to live with. So the game is less important for me. For me, the more important is the lifestyle, and the lifestyle is being able to do this as a job. That's the main thing. Like, I love doing this. The game is not as important. And the good thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that Civ 7 genuinely appears to be a really good game, and I'm enjoying it. That's the honest truth. So I think there's a large part of me that's very relieved. And if all I'm going to be able to do going forward is play that game, then yeah, we'll see. Potato Civ 5 Lek mods video didn't do too well. But then Potato's in a really lucky position. Potato has, I think, the opportunity to do whatever the hell he wants and full play. Maybe I'll probably be at that stage at one point. Maybe, who knows? But we'll see. Are you able to do YouTube full time with streaming and Civ 6? Yeah, this is my job. This is my job. I am and me and my wife, we both run the channel together, so we are both full time. And it's because of the wonderful nature of You lot and our channel supporters. Like, why do you think I plug coffee so much? It's a huge thing. So yeah. No, but it's our job. I'm starting a content business newsletter. Will you be my accountant? No way. I am not going back into the realms of accountancy. I refuse. You can only escape so many times before they claw you back, kicking and screaming. No! When you enjoy what you do in your business will strike. Yeah, exactly. Do the long-term finances as a YouTuber work? Sorry, we've got massive distracted talking about YouTube as opposed to Civ 7. If you've got any more Civ 7 questions, then please feel free. But do the long-term finances... Well, it depends on how successful you are. I think people are familiar in most industries, right, with the idea that the more senior you are, the more money you make. So whether you're a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, a cleaner, whatever it is, the more you get promoted, the more money you make, generally speaking.
New donation from Oloran 10.
You don't have to donate because I'm talking about money, but thank you very much, Oloran. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and like, so there's a range of salaries, right? A doctor might bad example, a teacher, for instance, might earn twice as much if they're a senior teacher than a junior teacher. But you're always within a certain range. Most countries have a minimum wage, and most countries have a sort of certain wage they are paid to get people into the business. So there's always a viable limit. Well, that's the aim anyway. That's the theory. Whether or not it is viable or not is another question. YouTube is really variable. Because there are YouTubers out there that make 10 pence a day, max. And they walk away, and if they're really lucky, they will have earned £3 from advertising in the month. And they'll look at £3 and go, I'll buy myself a beer, and that's brilliant. And then there are YouTubers that make 10 million quid a month. And like, you know, have to pay 50 people and have whole companies and whatever, but they're still insanely rich. So it's a really, really varied thing. But like because my wife and I do everything pretty much, with the business, we keep it kind of in-house mostly because of the daily videos, which helps to bring revenue in because we have really good watch time for a channel of our size. And because we've grown, because we've gone above 50,000 subs, and because we've got really good coffee support and Patreon support, our channel support is awesome. We have a really, really kind and generous support network for a channel of our size. Because of all of these things added together, we are, I would say, comfortable but not well off. But we don't have to worry about the lights going on every month, put it that way. But we're also like, we still count our blessings that it's even viable. So yeah, that's kind of a bit of an answer. There you go. It's a balance. It's smart to please fans, but the algorithm will only ever tell you to do more or less of the same. Sometimes you need to be fans. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like preach. Absolutely preach. We try and lead people to new content, and we're doing that slowly. We are doing bits and pieces that are different. It's just a case of like, gradual change is often better than drastic change. Put it that way. People don't like drastic change. So yes, you can satisfy the algorithm a little bit and never really go past a certain point. That's totally fair. But also at the same time, if you do too much of what you want, people just stop watching. And that's the reality of it. They genuinely stop watching. And then you're like, oh, okay. Cool. So it's a balance, right? It's a balance. Civ fans have deep pockets. There you go. Oh, sorry, Civ question. Let's get back to Civ really quickly. Civ 7. Is your first post-embargo playthrough of Civ 7 going to be Augustus Rome? Maybe. But no. No, it's not. I won't say any more than that, but it is not. I have other plans. For me, the fact you're able to do this full time with your wife is crazy to me with a relatively niche content. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm so grateful for your videos. They helped me so much currently. I know, it's been wild. I mean, put it this way, right? We were able a couple months back when there was some stuff going on behind the scenes, we were able to kind of take a little step back from content and not do daily videos every day because we were confident that like channel support and what we were earning had our back. But then we couldn't afford to stay away for too long because we knew eventually it would be like, gotta come back. So we run that fine line, you know? It's the joys of being effectively self-employed. Whenever you're not working, you're having a heart attack about the fact you're not working. That's the reality of it. Everyone who is self-employed suffers exactly the same panicking, you know? What game do I play outside of Civ? At the moment, outside of Civ, the main game I've been doing a lot of reading, because I'm trying to come off the computer when I'm not, because, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Civ in my spare time because I'm learning it right now. That's the big difference. But the game I play a lot at the moment with my friends, as you probably got from a lot of my references, it's burning. It's burning again. The game I'm playing a lot is Helldivers 2. I have very, very much enjoyed playing that with my friends. So offline, we play a lot of Helldivers, and it's very silly. And I'm really quite bad at it. It's a very good thing I am not an FPS gamer, or you know, I do my own thing, and that's fine. Wow, the happiness is bad here. That's good fun. So someone in the chat, do you know if the clock that comes in the Founders Edition works, or is it just a paperweight? I don't know. I tell you what, I was under the impression that it worked. I don't have that as an answer, but I was under the impression if I bought it as a person, it would work. So that's where I am personally with that. I thought it worked. I'd be disappointed if it didn't work, put it that way. You'd expect a clock like that to work. That would be cool. I need to find people. Come on, go find people. I need trade. I got some real bad happiness problems. The borders... It's only... This tile is the problem, actually. If I can cut this one off, we might get away with this, or maybe just lose one population. I've actually chopped all of this rainforest down now. Speaking of, I could just keep burning this stuff down. It's not in my land, after all. Yeah, we could do that. Make content about what you enjoy, then, instead of streaming Civ 7 while it's trending, choose to stream Helldivers. Yeah, could you imagine? I have tried a couple of bits and pieces. I actually did a Pokemon run not long ago. And you remember that? I did a little Pokemon video. That was really good fun. Not many people watched it. I think ultimately that the thing is if I was to do other content, I have no doubt that if I really tried for a long period of time, I would get people to watch it. Like I have confidence in myself as a YouTuber to get people to watch my stuff. Like that's fine. It's more of a case of it just takes a long time to convert people over. And right now, if I was to stop making my money, I would have no money. So I don't quite have the luxury. Maybe one day when I have like 400,000 or 500,000 subscribers and you know, I could take a tenth of that and I could still live off it, then that would be different. But right now it's, but like, I like what I do. I like Civ, and Civ 7 feels genuinely really cool. I am genuinely quite excited about Civ 7 and how it plays and the stuff that's going on. So there's no worries from me on that one. So I think it's going to be fine. Am I currently recording every bit of Civ 7 when you play right now, even if it's not a run? No, I'm not. I played a lot of practice runs. I did a lot of practice runs because I had to up through the difficulties. Like anybody, I had to start at the beginning. And I would say this is a good lesson for Civ 7. If you're really good at Civ 5 and Civ 6, you will not necessarily be immediately top level of Civ 7. Don't go straight in on deity. It has its own rhythms. It has its own style. Just like anything would, you know? So go in at a nice early level. I'm glad I did. It was definitely a good help. I think focusing on culture right now is the play. Because I need neighborhoods. We're starting to hit the housing cap, and there's not much more I can do. We've already cut out all of the farms here. I built things like universities. I guess encampment would get me a little bit more, but there's a lot of neighborhoods I want to put down on these tiles as well. Like, these are all really good neighborhood tiles. Yeah, we'll see. All you creators loving Civ 7 is making the wait even harder. I know. Right, do you want me to tell you a story? Do you want me to tell you a story? I started this channel 10 years ago. 10 years ago I started this channel, and I started on Civ 5. And I remember Civ 6 coming out. And I remember people being flown out. Drew Danil got flown out. I remember watching Drew's video playing Civ 6 where he got to record some stuff and bring it back and talk over it. Does anyone else remember that video where he came back with footage from Civ 6? The first stuff we ever saw from Civ 6. I was a content creator back then playing Civ 5, and I think I had less than 100 subscribers. And I was sick to death of waiting. I could not wait. I was so desperate to play the game. I really, really was. All I wanted to do was play Civ 6. And I watched all of these content creators flying over to Baltimore and getting their footage and having early access and blah, 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 and doing all this stuff. And there I was with, like, you know, like 100 subscribers or something. It was not a lot. It was a very small audience. I think it was mostly people I knew at that point. Not that there's a problem with that. I was very pleased. Very pleased to get the views I did. I'm going to chop that out before it burns. There you go. So I remember it happening. I was in your position with Civ 6, and it was always my dream, my absolute dream, that when Civ 7 came around, I would be involved. So the fact that I am is wild, and I can't get my head around it. It's not normal. Does that make sense? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, very odd, very surreal. Where has my other luxury gone? Have I not got luxuries? This game and the happiness on it. I really need some happiness. Is it because this broke or something? No. I made it. Yeah, exactly. Is it true that you're allowing content creators to upload another hour of preview footage? I haven't seen anything on this. No, this is news to me. If this is news, that's brilliant news. I approve wholeheartedly of that news, but I have not heard anything about that. That is news to me. Why do you not have luxuries? Ah, fine. I'm a doll. No luxuries. But do you know Australia? No, but there's Sinbad. That'll be helpful. Let's try that. What's Van Bradley's Reddit name? I don't know if it's not just Van Bradley, isn't it? Isn't it not just Van Bradley? I don't know. Oh, don't get me wrong. As soon as this stream ends, that's the first thing I'm going to go and look up. Because if we're allowed to make more content, then that would be absolutely wild. And I would love that hugely. Yeah, we shall see. It's the first I have heard about it is on this stream. The harder part is when you get your dream, live it a while, but then it ends. I don't know, people get obsessed by ending of stuff. I've always been a big believer that, like, the fact that something ends doesn't mean it's not worth it. Like, the best bit about this stuff is, like, enjoy the ride. The fact that it happened is the cool thing. The fact that it ends is, like, just proof of how cool it was, you know? People avoid stuff all the time because they're afraid it'll end. It's amazing how many people do. And, yeah. I remember our first Discord Q&A with followers. It was a nice chat with a couple of us. Yeah, it's true. I remember that. Wow. That was a long time ago. Then there was the secret channel supporter Pirates game, as in I was learning to see whether or not my streaming software worked. Why don't you have any luxuries either, Curtin? What's wrong with you? Why does no one have anything? Oh dear. Oh, because it's... Oh, it doesn't make it any easier. No, God, no. No. I'm with you on that. But, yeah. No, it's just... I just find it interesting. Did I just pay 5 gold? I think I just paid 5 gold per turn for that. Look at your deals, Ursa. Look at your deals. Honestly. How do I feel the lower difficulties like 4, 5, and 6 compared to the difficulty in Civ 6? Because I'm terrible in Civ 6, I'm slightly terrified. No, they're very accessible. Yeah, there's... The lower difficulties of Civ 7 definitely seem to be very, very accessible to get into. I don't think there's any problems with those. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be honestly fine. Okay. Let's chop out Sinbad. I like Sinbad. Sinbad's a cool look. Do I not have the... I don't have the Grove? You numpty. Oh, it's Ban Bradley. That's really funny. I like it when people have to do that with their names. Clearly someone must have taken Van Bradley. Oh dear. Right. Any luxuries? No, we've still only got 3. This is the big problem for us on this playthrough, has been luxuries so far. We've got -2, -5, +1, +3. That's a wild discrepancy, fair enough. It probably got communicated whilst I was live. Oh, well, you know what? That's exciting. That's exciting. We like that. That's really cool. That's really cool. I'm probably only going to stay online for a few more minutes because it's quite late and I really need an early bedtime today because I'm knackered. So, any more questions? If you've got any burning questions about Civ 7, this is your time. Get them in now. Before it's too late. Because it might be too late soon. I want to know. I want to know your thoughts. I want to know your questions. How am I so cool? A lot of hard work. A lot of time being uncool. I think I still am uncool. I'm pretty sure. Are there preserves? No, there are no preserves. Not yet. The only sort of tile stacking when it comes to yields and stuff is specialists at the moment. That is the sort of equivalent stack of tile with yields. When is the next tier list coming out? Once I've played everyone and I know what's going on. I want evidence-backed tier lists. None of these spurious ones or meme ones. I need a serious tier list. That's what we're going to try. What do I think about being able to choose your own suzerain bonus? Roman holiday. Hello. Hello. I think it's really cool. Yeah, it's really cool. I wish the options were a little bit more expanded. The game could do with a few more options because I think there's only 5 for each type. But I do like the fact there are more. So yes, more of it. That's my answer to that. I want to see more of that. Do the effects of my unique culture tree continue into the next stage? All of your legacies that you unlock on your unique culture tree come over, but the extra effects only apply to the age of your civilization. So, no. Yes and no, but no. Which Civ 7 leader has the most Riz? What is... Oh, dear. I'm going to say Xerxes. Or Lafayette. Lafayette seems like a bit of a Chad. When will Roman Holiday make better AI? Trust me, we have all as content creators. Roman Holiday doesn't know this yet, but we've actually pitched together as content creators to afford a hit team to come along to Roman Holiday's house, capture, and then chain to a desk until at least 3 or 4 mods have been made. Don't tell him, though. He might put defenses up. The element of surprise is very needed in this plan. Is there a big penalty not to research all texts? Like science texts, what do you miss out on? The tech tree has some really, really good stuff. It has a load of buildings. and it has a load of yields in it. So if you don't do the tech tree, then naturally, yes, you miss out on quite a bit of stuff. But there's nothing you take through to like the next age or anything. It's more like you just it's more like you just need to get the things you need in that age, and if you don't, then you miss out on it pretty much. I think you say not make them. No. Turns out we love it, really. What does freshwater do for cities if there's no housing? It gives cities happiness. So there is freshwater, it's just there's no housing. So the freshwater mechanic is still in the game. It gives happiness rather than housing now. That's the major difference. Oh, there you go. Finding, is that Africa? Yes. Okay, no pop lost. That's good. In each age, if you get the scientific, can I expect to get through all of the tech and social trees if you're playing well, or is it going to be difficult? It's going to be difficult. You can do it. I have done it, but it is difficult. So don't bank on it. It is one of those games where you are rewarded for focusing on what you need to do. If you try and do too much, you could be cursed into not finishing any of it. Sinbad. Here we go. And yoink. Your stuff's gone. The AI is so good at building wonders. He was I think I've missed the original question. Which version of the game did I get? I'm playing the full version. I'm playing the Founders Edition, I believe. Which I'm very grateful for. It's very kind of them to, as I say, include me in such things. Okay, we've got some walls going in a second there. You get the walls. You get walls. You get walls. Still got lamps up. Heads are for peasants. We are all peasants. Okay, there's Zanzibar. Zanzibar will be very helpful for my huge problem with amenities. So we can meet people. There's Persia. Please have something. Why does no one have any luxuries? What is wrong with you? This is severely handicapping my run, not having all of this stuff. We're up to 90 pop. It's not, I mean, I think I've seen games with bigger, but as soon as we get neighborhoods in 5 turns, I feel like we're gonna be laughing. Let's have a look. What are we doing? Extra housing. Oh wow! I very rarely put this card in. 2 housing for all cities with at least 3 specialty districts. Yeah, fair. I never have that card in. That's a wild card. And established governors with at least 2 promotions give even more. We're using some weird cards today. Weird cards today. So I just need to put the promotions in, actually. 2 promotions, and then... which one has less? Victor does. Bam. Do I know if the multiplayer in Civ 7 works better than the one in Civ 6? We'll know more about the multiplayer in a few days' time, because there'll be a live stream on the 30th where the devs are actually playing on stream. Oh, thank goodness. I've got actual 2 luxuries I can buy. Oh, joy. Now I'm only -2. Look at that. The stuff that dreams are made of. That's great. More content. I think I speak for us all when I'm so anxious. Yeah, oh god, no, we're all nervous about it. I think it's totally normal to be nervous about it. We all want it to be really good. That's the reality. None of us want a bad game to come out. We all want to see it work really, really well. So, yeah, we're all hopeful. I have faith. I am an optimistic chicken. I have faith. You gotta have faith. We've been playing this long enough to know that you gotta have faith. George Michael told us as much. Stonehenge still available. I know. Yeah. There's not much stone on this map from memory. I think I remember this one being a bit funny on stone. We'll see. Actually, hang on. I need to stop buying these tiles up, don't I? Go on. Grow. Yes. Yes. Feed yourself. Come on. It's time to settle a rubbish one for Stonehenge. No, we're on a 4-city max. This is the population challenge. I'm a 20,000 Discord member challenge that we've got running until the 27th of January. So if you want to go, if you want to play me, I'm currently setting my population challenge. We are currently on 94. I'm on turn 157. So we've got a bit longer. Fez. Oh, we've almost met some good people here. Yes. Yes. Is Thurl Williams happy, the Civ version of the Civ? It might be. Because I'm happy. Anything, though, where I have to sing Pharrell Williams is like... It is not a world I want to be in for very long. I find him so annoying. I don't know why. I just do. Find him so annoying. What population did everyone else achieve on this? Go to Discord and have a look. All of the submissions are up on Discord, so you can go and see what other people have done. I'm sure it is very interesting. I haven't actually looked myself. All you got to do is get within 40% of my score for a bronze award. Get within 70% of my score for a silver award. Why is Caesar in England? Okay. Sure. Don't complain. Don't complain. Oh no, he's in Spain. Oh, my geography's awful. That's Fez. I don't know what's going on. Luxuries? No. Luxuries? Yes. Wine. Yes. Give me wine. Yes. How bad is it now? Are we now on... Only -2. Oh, thank goodness. Ursa, what's your Twitch? I don't have a Twitch account at the moment, but I should get one. I should dual stream, but I have never done it. And I'm nervous too, because it sounds like a lot of technical faff, but I should dual stream. At the moment, I am just a YouTuber because it's where my audience is. All my audience is on YouTube. It's a lot easier for me. I'd have to start again. I have to start again on Twitch. You much prefer Twitch chat? Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. I mean, ultimately, it's built for it, isn't it? We've had all kinds of issues with YouTube chat. We had a thing not long ago where everyone just was kind of blocked from chatting because something got weird. It's a very odd thing. Tell you what I will have. Anchor what? Let's get that in quickly. More questions. If I'm allowed a full-length games, I have a 6,000 pot build, I remember. Yeah, that does sound good. Will Civ 7 have custom maps or TSL? There's no TSL on launch. I expect it will be put in at some point. That is my hunch. There's no evidence on that. That is just my hunch. I hope that modded maps will be put in. They've hinted that modding will be brought into the game as like as an allowable thing, as a supported thing. I trust them on that. So we'll have to see when and how that is launched, but I'm optimistic that it will be. There we go. We're working all these tiles now. Good. 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 Did that for the housing. Are there ways to keep great works through to later ages? Are there ways to keep great works through to... No, they are lost, but you do get a benefit from them. There are multiple golden ages that give you points for having lots of relics in the previous age. So you can either get like a flat culture or science at the beginning of the age based on what you were doing. And that can be a very, very useful amount of stuff. So it is a benefit, even if it's not like obviously benefit. Could you explain how unique improvements work? Can you build them, or are they automatically added when you grow a city? So basically what happens is, say my capital gets a population. I pop down a rural improvement, which is like a farm. Once I've done that, I can then use gold or production to then build my unique improvement over the top of the regular rural improvement. It keeps all of the base yields underneath it and then adds extra ones on top. So they're kind of like double improved tiles. You need a bit more production in gold to get them, but they're kind of like double improved. So they're really quite good. They're a lot of fun. My favorite so far is the Great Wall, because putting down really long lines of Great Wall is and will always be one of the most fun things to do in Civ. It's just lovely. It's really good. How do I feel about the balance between different difficulty types? Do any seem more powerful than others? I think I had some opinions on like which ones I thought were really, really easy compared to others. And then I had a chat with other people. And I came away thinking, wow, my opinion seemed to be totally different to everyone else's. Am I wrong? So I think it's going to be a little bit of like what your game is like good on. If you're really strong at a certain playstyle, you might find that some of those are really easy for you. And if you don't, then you might find that some are really hard. I don't think there's like a proper answer on that one. But time will tell. I think it's going to be a case of like we all get together and we all decide between us whether or not we think things are balanced or not. A consensus. Okay, we've unlocked neighborhoods now. Neighborhoods are really good. That means we can start upping our housing cap, which we are now getting close to in several cities, including a nice +6 in my capital. I love the economic victory type. It is the railway victory, and it is amazing. Right, I know we've got 40 turns left. We're going to do another stream. I've got another stream that will be coming on Saturday, I believe. So hopefully I'll see you live on Saturday. We'll finish this run, and if we get some time, we might do some other cool stuff. We'll do more questions on Civ 7 then. Remember, if there's anything that I haven't answered, actually, we'll do one more because there's a really good question that's just come in. If there's anything I haven't answered that you want to know, then come along to Discord, plug, because there's a Civ 7 channel in that, and we all chat Civ 7 all the time, and it'll be really good to get your thoughts, and we can chat there. But last question, if I could wave a wand and change one thing about Civ 7, what would it be? My thing would be that Civ 7 would release tomorrow for you all so that you can play it, because I'm lovely. So I'm off. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you very much for the stream. It was really good fun, and I hope it was useful. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks again for coming along with me. See you soon. Bye. Also, look, check out the new art.